solo. Want my love, baby, earn it. Yeah, dancing on my own. See if you can follow. Got me feeling alive. Watch me go, lose control. Is this real? All I feel. Break the signs. Every time let's be real, be real, be real. I do what I want. 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 I want. Hear me now. I do what I want. Are you ready now? 'Cause it won't be easy. Only get what you work for. Gotta go all out. Whenever you see me, don't be wasting my time. Watch me go, lose control. Is this real? All I feel. Break the signs. Every time let's be real, be real, be real. I do what I want. 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 Hear me now. Watch me go, lose control. Is this real? All I feel. Break the signs. Every time let's be real, be real, be real. I do what I want. I do what I want.
Good morning. What's new, pussycat?
Hi. Um, I was doing great for about an hour before I walked in here. I've been giving myself a pep talk. And I was not going to bother with the lashes because I'm probably going to ugly cry, and they're more than likely going to just float right off my face. But I thought, well, you know what? We're going to put this Duo Active Lash Glue to the test, and if it can keep these lashes on my eyes until I'm done here, I will be your unpaid infomercial spokeswoman until eternity. Thank you. Thank you so much, you all, for everybody who has been so gracious and kind and has reached out to everyone who's hurting over this loss. Yeah, the Duo, don't worry. I will not be doing an infomercial for you. I have to say, the outpouring of love, even from people that I haven't necessarily seen or talked to in quite a while. I've been touched by how Heels has managed to do the one thing I have I've never seen this many people in this community be so decent and kind to each other and give some grace to everybody who's hurting. I'm girl, I got my roots done just for you. Well, actually I had an appointment scheduled, so I hope it. I know she'd understand when I say that. Well, damn girl, your timing was really good because if this had happened 3 days ago, I'd have been up here looking like fucking Betty. Well, my hair would have been looking like Betty. Well, kind of. Yeah, and I'm going to try and bring humor where I can, where appropriate. And on that note, well, y'all know, I think that this Friday night at 8:00 cocktail stream. Well, Heels would eat the chocolate. I retired from chocolate. Well, before there was chocolate, I ended my my imbibing of the devil's lettuce when it was still ditchweed. God, and as with many things, my timing sucks. Because my goodness, if Heels was any indication of how good the special chocolate was, well, my God, I don't know. I might have to consider picking that habit back up again. Let me just check my messages really quick. Oh, thank you so much. I'm soon, but I'll settle into this here. Okay, so a few weeks ago, you guys, my dumbass should have known better, okay? But for some reason, I thought that I was getting a bottle of very bougie champagne that I love a lot. And I don't typically drink it in rosé. But I was at the grocery store and it caught my eye as I was standing at the checkout line. I was like, oh, look at that pretty bottle. The real deal doesn't typically have a picture of the Eiffel Tower on it. So that also should have clued me in. But, I'm just thinking I was, for once in my life, it really wasn't too good to be true. A bougie bottle of French champagne really was on sale for $11.99 a bottle. I thought, well, maybe it's just like a diffusion line. Like when designers do like a spin-off line for Target. It's like a one and done. Yeah, not so much. And the raging headache that I had the next day, all day. Crimes and fashion down. My days of drinking, at least professionally, yeah, they are long over. But I thought, you know what? The one thing I knew is that I definitely had to come live tonight at 8:00 as was the usual. And 2 weeks, was it last week's? I think it might have been last Friday cocktail stream. Crazy Nurse was out of town, so it was just me and Heels. And I thought that I was also not going to be able to make it because I thought that I was going to have to go with my husband to entertain some clients at dinner. And I texted her in the afternoon and I said, girl, I am so sorry. I said, Crazy Nurse is out of town and my husband's got clients that we've got to go out and have drinks with. And in true Heels fashion, she kind of like scolded me and took me to task. She said, we really need to commit to this. People really have come to expect it, and they wait for it all week. And of course, I'm sitting back going, oh, girl, oh, I think you're laying it on a little thick. Okay, I have no doubt they enjoy it, but wait for it all week. I don't know about that. Maybe you, but not for me. So I had no doubt that I was coming in here tonight, no matter what, whether I have to ugly cry, whatever. Que sera, sera. What will be, will be. And I also knew that this is gonna be me and whoever wants to. When I'm not going to go on too long. I'm going to open up the panel, and anyone who would like to, I would love for you to come up and just say whatever you'd like to say in honor of my friend Heels. And I also started thinking, well, it's not a obviously we're not celebrating, but this is just going to be my way to celebrate her. And as such, girl, I went and got the good shit. This is not the Temu version. This is Veuve Clicquot. And much as I wanted to pound probably half of this for a little liquid courage before coming in here, I decided no, I'm gonna wait. And of course, do you think I brought a damn corkscrew or a wine key in here? No, of course not. I mean, doesn't everybody open champagne with a big pen? I might have to go run out and get something to at least get the foil started. But I know how to pop a bottle now. Don't get it twisted. Oh, here we go. Look at that. I can't believe this. I can't believe these nails stood up to this bottle, the foil. So, I hope that all of you watching here in the chat, well, whatever is your vice of choice, I hope you will join me and raise a glass. All right, kids, get ready. All I know is I'm usually pretty successful at this. Okay, here we go. Ready? Woo! Yeah, the cheap shit makes not the cheap shit does not make quite as nice of a presentation. My new champagne flutes that I've never, oh God, it's so pretty. Like, just, it almost looks like smoke. Here's to you. To a life well lived. You touched a lot of people, me included. And I will miss you, as will so many. Cheers. Oh, damn, that's good. Definitely does not taste like the imitation. No. I was in the car on the way home today. I actually I've thought a lot. I did write a few things down, not because I need notes, but just because I don't want to there were just a couple things that I wanted to make sure that I did not neglect to say. And first and foremost, condolences to Heels' daughter, her mother. For all the mothers out there to have outlived not one, but 3 of your children. I don't know how you do that, but I think I know where her strength and her grit and determination must come from. And to Trisha, from Web Sleuth, she and Heels were friends for, I believe, 35 years. And Trisha, it's pretty rare to ever even have a friend for that many years. And I wish I could, I myself lost my best friend of about 30 years. So I know about that walk, and yeah, I wish I could tell you that it gets better, but you'll never truly, you will not replace her, and I would never try and say otherwise, but you don't need me to tell you that. And everyone is welcome here. I'm sure it goes without, I don't even want to say that tonight of all nights, I just, there's zero tolerance for anybody who feels the need to be an asshole. I'm not overly concerned about that, because I think we've already seen that. And here's the only energy I'm going to give that. And I would suggest that the rest of you follow suit. That thing will remain nameless. For the 0.5% of this community that is so vapid and soulless. All I can say is I'm truly glad that I can't begin to understand the kind of cruelty it takes to be that person, and I pity you, because that's all you deserve. You and me, we're not alike. I like I said, I can't begin to understand it, and I think that's a testament to the way I was raised. So sadly for you and people like you, the one thing that you desperately need is the one thing, well, there's several, but the one I'm thinking of, amongst others, you can't buy it and you can't lease it. Sorry about your luck. Okay, that's all the energy I would like anybody to give that. And I didn't watch. I spent yesterday. I had prior commitments that I'm really, my inclination was to cancel them, and I'm really glad I didn't, because I needed to be with right where I was, which was with my remaining best friend. And I showed her she doesn't do social media or YouTube, but she knows I do. And like all good friends who are good friends, they, even though they don't get it and aren't really interested, they pretend they are. So I showed her what did I show her? I showed her the clip from, oh, I don't know, I think it was the first Friday night cocktail stream. It was me, Heels, and Crazy Nurse, the one where my mouse was dead and I couldn't get off the damn panel, and Heels clipped it, and it was hilarious. She was high as hell on her special chocolate. It was so cute. And she said, well, you know what, I like, that was so, I could just, I don't have to know anything about any of these people or what it is you do there. She said, but it made me giggle. So I get it. So I had a nice distraction yesterday. Let me kind of just quickly tell you how this kind of unfolded, how I found out what had happened. And I'm so sorry for not saying hello to everyone individually. I would love to. And I truly, I don't consider any of you that are here. I mean, I know some of you are here for me, but as far as I'm concerned, you're all here for Heal. So on behalf of her, we both thank you for the love and the support. And honestly, I really have been very touched by how many people have emailed and texted me, and I'm very appreciative, and I know she would be too. So let me just regroup. I'm trying to get all the way to the, oh my God. And are you doing something in my mouse? Y'all need to be on orb patrol, okay? I don't usually buy into all the, supernatural ghost stuff, but apparently my live streams are known for this kind of thing. Ask Zen, ask Crazy Nurse, ask I'm sorry, I know there's other people who really dig that kind of stuff, and y'all will email me all the time and say, oh my God, I saw it at this timestamp. And so I don't have a problem believing that Heels may show up. And I don't know, maybe she is playing around in this computer. I know she got quite the kick out of me having a non-functioning mouse several weeks back, as evidenced by that clip that she made. Damn, that's good. Okay, so I'm trying to just scroll down to the bottom of the chat. Oh God, I'm really behind. Look at all the red heels in the chat. I knew I wouldn't have to ask you guys to do that. Yeah, I want you all to please keep, to your family. It's a given, hopefully, that, your family, what families grieve the loss of other family, or to have a friend of that many years. Well, that's the family that you choose for yourself. And that one's different. It's just different. So please keep them all in your thoughts and your prayers. This past Monday, I don't, I did not listen. I listened to Queen Bee the other day. I tried to get on her panel yesterday. I was driving and I had my iPad with me, and that I was just having a lot of like technical issues because the Bluetooth in my car was trying to pick something up. It was just a cluster, and I just said, screw it. I knew I was going to do this tonight. So, but that's pretty much Queen Bee. I think it's all I've listened to. But I kind of had an intuition that this was coming. And I think she might have as well. I'm not trying. Some things had been happening that she was telling me about that made me feel like things were progressing. And on Monday, when she went live, I was out running errands, and I remember I was in Hobby Lobby, where I have my own designated parking space now, which I'm not even fucking crafty. So it's like, why Hobby? Because it's close and they have the stuff I need. Some of a little bit of the stuff I need. So I was in Hobby Lobby, and she had kept telling me, I want you to come on panel when I'm doing the Karen Reed case, and I had every intention of doing that. Unfortunately, I didn't get the chance. But I was listening on Monday, and I had my AirPods in, and I didn't think she sounded good. And I texted her and I said, "Are you okay?" I said, "You sound like you're sick." And I did know what was going on with her. And she said, "Oh, no, I'm okay. I just got up, and just when I first wake up, my voice, it just takes a little while." And she said, thank you so much for, asking or caring, something to that effect. Of course, I said, of course. And what's today? Friday? I think did I go on panel Tuesday? I think it was, or maybe it was, I don't know. It might've been last week. The days are starting to run together, you guys. But I do know that on Wednesday of this week, which is when all this happened, I she texted me that morning and said, "Good morning, beautiful. I hope you have a great day." And I said, "Oh, thank you. You too. XOXO." And she knew that I was going to be at the hospital all day with what is my favorite family member who has cancer and was having a surgery. So I was there all day. You know, and I hadn't slept great the night before. I got up really early. It was like 5 o'clock in the morning. And I got home after it. I mean, it was close to 6 o'clock that night. And despite the fact that I was just dead tired. I was wiped out. I was more mentally wiped out than anything. And anybody who knows me at all knows that Lisa does not YouTube at night. Heels in the Air was the one exception that I made. And even 8 o'clock for me, well, it may as well have been 1 o'clock in the morning. Listen, I don't know what to tell you. I'm fucking old. Okay. I'm old. If you're not old yet, well, you will be if you're lucky. And you get, I'm very much like most of us, I'm very much a creature of habit. And as you get older, you become more a creature of habit. It's almost like you start reverting back to when you're a little tiny kid. Yeah, I think my routine is almost as like, I react almost as badly to any deviation from the routine as your average like 3-year-old does when nap time is missed or so but when we talked about doing this, me and Hills, she's like, "You know, we're going to need to do it at night." I said, "I know." So for her, yes, yeah, y'all know you don't ever see me around at night unless it's something, it's something very major. Of course, you know, we all lose a lot of perspective in this fucking dumpster fire, and we start to think that, you know, Ernie Shell making 2 highway runs a day rather than 1 that week, you know, that's like a cataclysmic event. That not enough to get this one out of bed though, and not and on the keyboard. But for her, I said, okay. So I went to bed that night. And I was, you know, I was concerned about her, for reasons that I'm not gonna get into. There were, you know, just because even though she's no longer here with us, I'm still gonna protect her, you know, her privacy. And I just, something she had shared with me, I was concerned. And I had the last time I had remembered looking at the clock that night, it was probably 11:30, 12 o'clock. So I hadn't been asleep long. And my phone goes on do not disturb at 10 o'clock. I think, is it called Focus? I think it is. Oh my God. I have so many of them. I don't have fucking work any of them. I know you can set certain people that will call through or text through or both. So when my phone rang it was 2:20 something in the morning. and it rang one time. Now I keep the phone next to me on my nightstand, but my nightstand is more like a dresser, and it's at the far end. So I wasn't able to just reach over. I actually needed to get up and, grab it off the end. I don't think it rang more than once, and I flew out of the bed. I don't need to tell any of you that when your phone rings in the middle of the night, it's never good. And I've already had one of those phone calls in my life, which is the reason that you will never, ever, ever find my phone not on my nightstand. So when I was still in a bit of a fog when I grabbed it, but I can tell you this. My pulse was probably, it was easily 120, probably more like 150. I could hear it in my ears. And when I grabbed the phone and it said crazy nurse, naturally I was expecting, because I just spent the whole day in the hospital with my family. I was expecting it to be something about her. And when I saw it said crazy nurse, I was like, what the hell? And what immediately came to my mind, and crazy nurse knows, and she'll vouch for it. I rarely will even answer a text message after 8:30. Nothing after 9 o'clock. But that doesn't mean that she will not text me, just funny shit because she's more of a night owl. So she'll be watching something, and I wake up in the morning to OMG. But I'm sure we all get that. We all do it. We all send those messages. We all get those messages. So when I saw that she was calling me, my immediate thought was, I knew it was bad, but what I thought was, oh, sweet Jesus. I know the only reason she would call me at 2:30 in the morning was because there's been like some kind of a really serious threat to my personal safety that someone has made that she wants me to know about, things I need to know about. And that truly was that was what I was expecting. And because, and I'm sure most of you know this, but if you don't, crazy nurse spent many years of her career as a trauma nurse. So she said, I'm so sorry to call you, but I need to tell you that Heels in the Air passed away tonight. That I wanted to make sure you didn't hear it on YouTube. And, she said, Queen Bee is live, and, people are asking in the chat if anybody had reached out to you, and Queen Bee had. She had texted me. I think it was like 1:45, something like that. But I wouldn't have heard it. Even if my phone had not been on Do Not Disturb, I wouldn't have heard the text tone, because it's just a quick. I was tired and I was out of it, so I wouldn't have heard it. And I said, what happened? And I really was in shock. And I told her, I said, I had a feeling something was coming. And I'm going to tell you why I say that. There were some medical reasons why that, she had shared with me. But even more than that, she had, and I said to my husband last Sunday, because he knew who she was. Anybody who, if you're on here enough and you have a partner, a spouse, anybody who lives in your house, I mean, whether they want to or not, they're gonna, my husband only remembers the names of the people I talk about the most, but I said to him about a week, what's today, Friday? No, maybe last Sunday, or was it the one before that? I don't know. Y'all, time is kind of like, I don't have a really good grasp on time at the moment. Not specifics. But I went into him and I said, maybe it was Saturday after we had done the live. I'm not sure, but I think her illness is, I think it's progressing, and I think it's progressing quickly, and I think something's coming, and I think she knows it. And I said, and it's not just one thing or one time. I said, but she has started, I saw a change in the way we were with each other. She's not I know a lot of people on here throw around, I love you, girl. I've never been one of those people. I take that word very seriously, and I don't just throw it around. And just because you say it to me, that doesn't mean I'm going to say it to you, because I that word to me, it has meaning. And she was never that way either. Not with me. Not in our past relationship. And I'm going to get into just a little bit of that, but she had started, I saw a change. And it was sincere. I knew it. This wasn't just bullshit. This wasn't just her throwing around. She started to tell me a lot how much she loved me. And just how important, our friendship was to her. And I will drop a link in a few minutes. I just need to get this done because I'm not going to be able to do this again. So I promise I'm going to, and whoever wants to come up can. But I did. I saw it change, and and not just that, but she called me a couple times, and just very organically, at the end of it, she said, "Well, God, that got heavy." She started telling me a lot about her life, her just things that, and not like, oh, let's have a pity party. No, just sharing things with me that I didn't know. And I'm sure, you know, most people didn't know, because we all, it's the one thing I hate about here is that you can never fully trust that you can. You have to always hold part of yourself back, because you know so many of the people on here will turn on you. And and I did that to her. And I tell you what, I don't regret much on here, but I will always regret that when she needed me the most, I turned my back on her. And don't let me forget to tell you how a pair of these, this right here, this is what brought us back together. But God damn, I may be doing an infomercial for this eyelash glue. I cannot believe, I can't believe this shit's holding on here. I wasn't even going to wear them. I mean, I didn't just pull that title out of my ass. I pulled it out of my makeup drawer. I have to say, I did reinforce them about 3 times, because especially right at the tear ducts, they always lift there anyway. What I mean, that's just when I don't really need them to stay on. When I'm extra prepared and know that I'm going to be like crying rivers, they're strangely stubborn. Maybe, I don't know, maybe there's an otherworldly hand in that. She knows how much I like my lashes. I'm like, please don't make a bitch come on here with roots and no lashes. And then I was like, okay, well, what do I want? I'm going to ugly cry. But do I want to ugly cry with like rivers of fucking eye makeup rolling, like tears of a clown? No. So I put nothing but eyeshadow up. I don't ever put liner on the top anyway. It's pointless with the lash band. But I thought, yeah, at least once they float off, there won't be like that gap. Never mind. Y'all know. If you wear lashes, you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, yeah, she really, I just noticed some things were changing, and it wasn't a bad thing, but it was it kind of was. I mean, I think I know what I have heard happened, but I will maintain that I definitely, I didn't think it would be quite so quick, but I really had a feeling that something was coming. And this. All right. I don't know. I'm sure many of you know this channel is my second ride of the YouTube rodeo. First time out of the gate, I blew my channel up after not quite a year. It was during Quentin Simon. And I blew it up because I just kind of, like I said in the beginning of this live stream, to the 0.5%, just pathetic, pitiful shitbag who couldn't even dig down and find enough fucking human common decency to just say nothing. Just say nothing. Just even for one day. But I just totally lost my whole train of thought. Where was I? It'll come back to me, hopefully. If it doesn't, well. Oh yes, when I blew up my channel. And I blew it up because I just, you know, I know there's plenty of people who are not fans of yours truly, and that's okay because there's plenty of people I'm not a fan of. But you know, if I think anybody who truly knows me knows that if you can, you know, dig down a little further and you know, get past the sometimes brash exterior, I get offended on behalf of people that I see being wronged and done wrong. And when all that Quentin Simon madness was going down, I just stepped back and I was like, I cannot believe that this is what people want. People were, you know, this is what people want. This is what is being rewarded. This place has never been about money for me. It's never going to be about money for me. And I wish that I could not be offended by things that really are not affecting me, but that's just who I am. So I was just so disgusted with it all that I said, there's no point in me being here, because if that is what people want, I'm never going to give them that. Like, I will not. And I did. I blew it all up. I burned it to the ground, and I did that on purpose. And there's a reason I'm telling you this, because I had the option of putting my channel on hold or something like that. I don't remember what they call it, but I knew, no, I did not want to change my mind. And I want you to remember that right there, that what I just said, I did not want to be able to change my mind, because that's kind of part of who I am. So I knew, I just felt like it was something I needed to do, but I didn't want to be able to change my mind in a week and say, oh, I'm back, never mind. So I blew it up. And there was only 3 people that I continued to speak to when I left here. And Heels was one of them. And the other person is no longer on YouTube, and probably will never come back. And I'm not going to say who it is, and it's not germane to the point. And the other one, I don't know if she's on here anymore either. But through it all, Heels, she always said to me, I want you to come back. We miss you. We need you. Please come back. And of course, in the beginning, I was like, fuck that. All those fucking weirdos. I don't even get it. No. I'm never coming back there. Well, it was a year in March. So I know that I was gone through Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas, And then I came back this past March. So I was gone at least. Well, let's just say I was gone one fiscal quarterly tax payment. And when Bloggate happened, it's my shame that I turned my back on her, and I was a coward. When that happened, I was that night when she went live, I had talked to her that day via text. And I think you all know that Heels was steadfast, and she was not going to be swayed from her, what she, she knew herself, and it didn't matter what I'm trying to lead up to is, I remember that day she said to me, would you come live with me that night? And I said, I will if. Oh God, I don't even remember, but it was conditional. I remember that. And basically I said, if you're going to fall on the sword, then absolutely. And I would have. And I think she said something like, never mind, or don't worry about it, something to that effect. And she went live that night. And because I knew her, I knew that it was going to be the disaster that it was. And I think, were she sitting here right now? And I know because we talked about it, when the glasses brought us back together. I know what she was trying to do. She thought she could just, because she knew what was in her heart. And she really believed at that time that if she just explained, she was not going to apologize. That's what she wasn't going to do. She was not going to say, I was wrong, I shouldn't have XYZ. No, she was going to try and explain it. And I knew. I said, don't do that. I wanted her to just do what I would have done, which would have been to, I don't want to speak for her, but what I just said, she made it clear she was not going to do what I suggested, which was fall on the sword. Just say, I regret what I said. Yada, yada, yada. And I said, if you'll do that, of course, I will be with you. So she said, never mind. And then the next day, I slept on it. And And I'm not going to sit here and tell you that there were not things that I saw that I didn't like and that hurt me on behalf of, you know, mothers who'd had the ultimate loss. And I was a coward. And I knew the pitchforks were out. And I sent her a pretty lengthy text where I explained, you know, why I was doing what I was going to do. And I knew that I had to go live. Well, I mean, I guess I didn't have to do anything, but I felt like I needed to because it was already starting. I was already having people, you know, start to question me and, you know, as if I had done something, just because she was my friend. And where I went so wrong, and what I'll always regret, was the fact that, much like when I blew my channel up, because I didn't want to change my mind, I sent her that message and I blocked her. And I did not give her the opportunity to respond to me. And the reason I did that was because I knew that she would change my mind. And I wasn't as strong as she was. I didn't have the fortitude to take what I knew was going to come my way. And I went live, and much like I'm sitting here now, although, you know, obviously this is much more hurtful. When I did that live, those tears were for, you know, a friendship that I was ending. And that was that. But here's one thing I always knew, and I never worried about. I knew that she had my real information. She knew my real phone number. She knew my real name. She knew things about me that nobody. She knew things about my real life that nobody on here knew. And I never worried. I knew I would never have to worry that she was going to show messages. And yeah, absolutely. Trust and believe. There's more than one person in this dump that's got, you know, I never learned. My mother, every time my mother would bust me writing a note, you know, to some friend, because back in the fucking Stone Age, that's what you did. You wrote notes. But if you were stupid, you saved them. My mom would always tell me, you shouldn't save the evidence and you really shouldn't put it in writing. I was not a good criminal. Which is why, well, one of the many reasons I don't look good in orange. Well, actually I do, but no, not Scrubs orange. Anyway, pardon me, the dog wants in. Actually, I think he probably wants me to take him out, but I'll let him in and then text my husband. Come on. Hi. What are you doing? Okay. So I know that I was never, that was one thing that of all the things that I felt bad about, I never lost 1 second of sleep thinking that she would ever betray me or, hurt me like that. And she knew that she never had to worry about that with me. So, fast forward to, I don't remember when all that happened. But I absolutely remember what brought us back together. And like I said, it was these fucking reading glasses of all things. Hold on a minute. I need to text my husband and ask him to please take the dog out for me. He's just in the other room. Give me just 1 second. Hi, could you please take Bob out for me? I love you. Okay. So we really hadn't even seen each other around too much. Once or twice, and we just didn't speak. But I remember, I can hear it in my mind when the whole Gina Diamond debacle happened. She wished death on. I was like, damn girl, I have ex-husbands that hate me less. One of whom's got to write a check to me every month. I don't even think he's quite that angry. Yeah, Gina had, had an episode, we'll just say, and was very angry with me and Wispy, even though, hand to God, I was never anything but, kind and gracious to her. And I was really surprised when it happened over a fucking wrench. God dang, people get so crazy about these fucking wrenches. But I remember, as this place does, the like bird on a wire, it started making its rounds everywhere. And Wispy did something on her panel, and I remember Crazy Nerds had texted me. She's like, girl, you need to get over to Wispy's. And I was like, it's 9:30. What are you bothering me for? And she said, Gina's lost her shit. And I was like, okay. So I pop in there, and Wispy is playing Gina saying, fuck those two. See you next Tuesdays. They can get the vid and die. I was like, so I'm in the chat, and I just started laughing. I made some fucking crack probably about, I got ex-husbands who hate me less. And that was that. But the next day, it got to Queen Bee, and I wasn't going to address it at all. But I thought, I've said many times on here, listen, you're free to, we all have our opinions. There's plenty of people that think I know not everybody's a fan, but that's just because you don't know me. No, I'm not for everybody. That's for sure. And I don't try to be, but I thought, you know what? I need to address this. I you're free to have any opinion you want of me, and I'm not here to change your mind, but don't fucking lie about me. And it was enough that I thought, I'm not going to leave that out there. I'm not going to let her be the only one to tell this story. And then the following day I said, now the whole truth gets told. And I read some screenshots, only because it was how I was proving that I wasn't the one lying. So the next day, honey, can you take him out? Thank you. The next day, Queen Bee was talking about it. The whole hood was talking about it. And Heels was on panel. I was listening. I was not in the chat, and Heels was on the panel. And one of the things that Gina had said was, oh, and Lisa let me get dead named in her chat. And I was like, what the fuck is dead named? I didn't even know what it was. If anything, I had always tried to listen. If memory might serve y'all correctly, I would like to point you to the time that I was live and Dolly came on my panel and said, I just sent you an email. Well, Dolly sent it to the wrong email. I'm like, I don't have any damn email. What are you talking about? Gina was a mod at the time for me. And what he had sent me was something that I'm not going to talk about because I'm not a shitbag. But suffice it to say, what he wanted me to do was say, oh my God. And like, did he actually think I was going to read that? I guess he did. He doesn't know me. So when it was going around that, I had let all these terrible things be done to her in my chat, I was like, no, that is not going to stand. So Queen Bee and Heels were discussing that was Gina's kind of like, oh, well, yeah, I did say all that because she couldn't deny it because it was clipped all over town. But, I got so mad because Lisa did blah, blah, blah. And most people who know me know that walking and chewing gum at the same time is not something I'm great at. I really do not pay a lot of attention to the chat because I just can't. I'm already talked too long, too much. I mean, y'all would never get out of here and we would grow older together if I had to. It's just like getting distracted by all the shiny shit off the interstate. So most people know Lisa doesn't pay attention to the chat. So when I said, listen, if that happened, I never saw it. I would never allow such a thing. That's what was being discussed. And Heel said that keep in mind, we had not spoken since the whole blog. She said, I don't believe that. It doesn't sound like Lisa. And I know that she doesn't pay attention to the chat most of the time. And she wouldn't have even been able to see it because she has to put her glasses on to read the chat. And I didn't have my glasses on. And I know it sounds so stupid, but what it told me, because I had said some things when all that happened to her that about how I told her at one time, I said, I felt like I was a better friend to you than you ever were to me. And that I thought, I cared for you more than you cared for me. I know now that wasn't true. She just wasn't, she wasn't overly emotional, at least not, on the regular with us on here. So when she said that, I knew that I'd been wrong, and that that was her the reason the glasses like just made a light bulb go off with me was because, well, damn, she did kind of know me. I mean, she knew enough about me to know that I wouldn't do that, and that no, I wouldn't have been able to see it because I didn't have my fucking glasses on. And it was her. She gave me that grace that I didn't give her and that I didn't deserve. So that day, immediately after I heard that, I texted her and I said, I heard you today on Queen Bees. I said, and I really appreciate that you or I think I said that it really spoke to me that she gave me what I wouldn't give her. And that I wanted her to know how sorry I was for what I did. And I told her, I said, I blocked you. I stand by a lot of what I said as far as how I felt about some of the things I saw. I said, but where I was wrong, and what I'll always be ashamed of, is that I didn't give you the opportunity to respond. I blocked you. I said, and I did that because I didn't want you to be able to change my mind. And I said, I don't want you to feel like you have to reply to me. But if you want to, I am going to unblock you as soon as my dumb ass can figure out how to do it. And kind of like, oh my God, never mind. I still have, look at these fucking napkins. What is this? This is like they're like the paper dolls of napkins. God, I don't even know why I buy all this shit, but apparently these actually came in handy. And kind of like, am I on here? Can you hear me? She replied and it said, am I still blocked? Am I unblocked? I said, no, you're not blocked. And when I tell you that we picked right back up, almost like nothing had ever happened. And she said, we texted a little bit that day, and then she texted me the next day. I think it was a Saturday, and she said, would you be willing to talk on the phone? And I said, of course. She called me the next day. We kind of made an appointment. And I mean, I gotta say, I was pretty apprehensive about it. Not because I thought, that she was gonna be ugly to me or anything. I didn't think that at all. I was ashamed. And so I said, give me a call tomorrow. I know it was Sunday because I can vividly remember it. And the conversation, it started out in the yard as I was walking the dog, and it ended in my bathroom with me fucking around with some makeup. Well, a little shock. And on Saturday, I said, yeah, just text me whenever you're, available to talk. And so she did. She texted me on Sunday afternoon and she said, is this a good time? And I said, yeah, give me like 15, 20 minutes. I need to finish folding my laundry and I'm going to take the dog out. I said, and then I'll text you as soon as I'm done and you can give me a call. And that's what we did. And it was funny because when I answered the phone, and I mean, my heart was that's just me. I guess I have anxiety, not on the regular about everything. I'm not some fucking situational anxiety. And when I answered the phone, we just made small talk for like 10 minutes about, and I think it started off about, I don't know, it was either fucking probably JLR, I don't know. But I remember we had I'd gone all the way around the house with the dog. I took him off the leash. I wandered into the bathroom and we were just making small talk. And I said, girl, I need to do this right now. I said, because it's going to be weird until I do. And it was not because of her, but because I had to unburden this. I had to get it off my conscience. And I just said, I'm sorry. Everything I've been telling you guys. And I swear, I think she would have let it stand without ever, like, I feel like if I hadn't said, let me do this, I have got to do this now. I don't think she ever would have said to me, we need to talk about what happened. So when I was done, telling her what I was sorry about, she said, at some point, something came up about that night when she went live. And I said, girl, she said herself, oh my God. And then, I went live and that was an absolute disaster. And I said, girl, I knew that was exactly how that was going to go down, because I knew you were going to be indignant about XYZ. And she said to me, you're damn right. I tell you what, she was really courageous and she had the power of her convictions, whether you agreed with them or not. And that was more than I had. And the only other thing she said to me before we just completely let it go, and I'm talking forever, we never spoke of it again. She said to me, of all the people, it was you. It mattered the most to me that you not believe what was said. All the things that were said about me. You were the one that I desperately wanted to explain to. And that was that. That was it. We never spoke of it again. It was forgiven. And I can tell you that you know, they say that people come in our lives, some for a reason, some for a season. I can tell you without a doubt, I know exactly why our paths crossed. All of this has shown me that I need to let go of some things that I've been holding on to a very long time. And not, it has not, in my real life, it has nothing to do with anything here. And I truly believe that that was her gift to me. And that was her, that was the reason that I got to know her, and she came in my life. And I hope that when given the chance, please just think about the grace that she gave to so many, and so many who didn't deserve it, like me. So I think that was all I, an hour and a half later. Y'all know I'm very long-winded. I can't help it. There was a couple fun facts I wanted to make sure you guys knew. Number one, and I forgot, she had told me this way back in a couple years ago when I had my first channel and we first met. And I have been trying to remember how we met. Like, YouTube, but what was our first, oh my God, these things are, I feel like I'm wiping my nose with fucking newspaper. Oh. Oh, God. I can't even, my eyes are like swollen. They actually hurt. For the life of me, I know it was, I don't remember our very first interaction, but what I do remember is this. Y'all may remember a certain ex-girlfriend of JLR who appeared on Glarer's panel. Well, apparently I didn't watch it because I was still relatively new. Apparently, well, no, it couldn't have been that new, but he was not someone that I watched very often. I did know who he was. She gave him what was supposed to be an interview of JLR's ex. Well, he got shit-faced, I guess, and it was a fucking disaster. And for some reason, she kind of took a shine to me, and it was probably my second live I ever did. I was sitting over there in that chair. I had an iPad in front of me. Listen, I tried for a fucking year to get an iPad as my husband was, honey, that is a consumption device. It is not a production device. And you trying to make it one, they don't want you to use it for that. That's why none of your shit ever works. It's not the internet connection. It's not the microphone. You're trying to use an iPad as a production device. I'm like, I don't want to hear that shit. Just fucking make it work. Spare me the technical details. But so I'm live, and it's literally like, I don't know, second or third live ever. She sends me, obviously we'd been in communication. She sends me a text, I think, and it says something like, somebody's going to put the link down. Somebody, I think I already had the link down. I don't fucking know. But basically she said, you're going to have a guest backstage. and it was his ex. And I was like, oh my God. Of course, I've got dreams of sugar plum fairies and YouTube fame. I'm like, oh my God, I've got JLR's ex. What the hell am I going to ask her? So I winged it and tried to like come up with it. Anyway, but Heels wanted me to, let's just say she wanted me to work with her on a little, like, we'll just call it a passion project. I declined because I heard somebody say one time, and it's very true. I don't fuck with crazy. And I was like, yeah, I don't think I need to fuck with that. But thanks for the offer. Thanks for the offer all the same. But anyway, at some point, she had told me that I always like to crack jokes about, a lot of these freaking morons they got lost on the way to the Mensa meeting. And she told me one day, she said, I was a Mensa. I was like, what? She goes, yeah, it wasn't for me. But, she had some. And I was like, damn, girl, let me tell you something. If I got accepted into the Mensa club, I'd be like fucking Laverne and Shirley. Instead of an L, it would be a big fucking M. Hello, my name is Mensa. A lot of people didn't know that about her, and I had completely forgotten it until Trisha said it the other night. She was indeed a Mensa, a real life Mensa. She really was a brilliant woman. And here's another fun fact I know nobody knows, and you're just going to have to take my word for it. At Christmas time, I try and, oh, son of a bitch. Hold on. At Christmas time, Thanksgiving, Christmas, whatever. I try and share the love. Don't get excited. It's not like I'm not Oprah. I wasn't buying cars. But, I tried to just give a little something to anybody I had some love for, and just wanted to say Merry Christmas. I think it was Christmas. Anyway, I sent her a Cash App. And she texted me back and she said, oh my God, you took my Cash App, Cherry. I'm like, damn. Well, look at that, girl. My pleasure. Of course, it's only going to get you a couple Happy Meals, but oh, all right. I honestly, I don't think. Let me just look. I just want to make sure I'm not forgetting anything. I knew I would just come in here and. Oh, the only other thing. Two things. Remember when I told you I never worried that, Heels would ever, despite the fact that we parted ways, I always knew that, she was a woman of integrity, and I never worried that she would, be vengeful and, ever do anything of that nature. But I remember the very first time that she reached out to me when she wanted me to, get involved in her, we'll just call it her passion project. And I'm sure you guys can figure out what that was. Let's just say that these are my last 2 points. And one is, I've heard people say, she used to have tech problems quite a bit. Well, let me tell you something. One thing she always had problems with was the fucking time. Oh my God. Okay. It was like, who's on first? We'd say, okay, what time are we going to do this live? Before we got to the regular set Friday nights at 8 o'clock. If we were just going to wing it, it'd be, okay, well, is that your time or my time? And I'd say, well, I don't know. What, you're on what? Central? I'm on Eastern. What time is it where you are? 8:35. Okay, it's 9:35 my time. Let's do it at 10 o'clock my time. Okay, is that 9 o'clock my time? I'm like, fuck. Shit. Finally, we got to the point. I'm like, look, girl, you just set the live. We will always use your time zone. I will figure out the time. Okay. I'll be responsible for showing up on time. I understand the time zones a little better. And my final point is, I think that first phone call when she wanted to share her passion project with me, our very first ever communication off of YouTube, it was, okay, I'll call you at, I think it was 10 o'clock. Now, I didn't know. It just never occurred to me that she was in a different time zone. I don't know why. But so I'm all excited because I'm like, oh, I'm on my way to like, I wonder what it is. God, is she going to make me famous? Like, whoo. Listen, I'm sure if you have a channel, everybody remembers the first person who ever shouted you out, the first person who ever, like believed in you, or, there's nothing quite as nice as somebody that you like a lot and respect, and you find out that they feel the same way about you. So, she said 10 o'clock. I said, okay. So it's 10 o'clock. And I made sure I walked the dog. I'm in my professional living room. Y'all, I'm a weirdo. And I'm sure if you have ever showed up for a live stream, if I am 1 minute late, something is wrong. I am very punctual. And I am not early and I am not late. And I am not a fan of people who are late. I consider that disrespectful and poor planning on your part. Just so you know. Anyway, so I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay. 10:15. Did she? 10 o'clock? What the hell? And I'm like, and finally at 11 o'clock, and now I'm in my car, and I kept hearing an echo, and she's like, hold on a minute, I'll call you right back. And she called me back, and she said, oh shit, what number did I call you from? And I rattled off the number. She said, oh God, well, that was a mistake. And it was it was a number from her real life, with a name and everything. And I remember I felt so badly. I said, girl, I know you don't know me. I said, but I promise you, I'm not a fucking weirdo. I said, I will never tell anybody. I said, do you want me to give you my real name? And and I was going to like give her everything but my damn social security number. And she's like, no, you don't need to do that. And so we kind of always from jump, we kind of always had this, I don't know, I just have to take a leap of faith and believe that you found the fourth person on here who's not mentally ill. So, okay. I think I'm done sharing. I'm going to finally put the link down in the chat, and I will. I'm gonna miss her, as I know many will. My God, and my very bougie champagne is getting really warm. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm gonna put fucking ice cubes in. Next, I'm gonna just take the straw out of my my drink over there. Please, I'm sure everybody's being lovely in the chat. I'm not gonna put the overlay up, you guys. So, oh, I don't know the name, but I know the avatar.
You know who this is. Who else wears Dior?
Well, I knew the avatar. I didn't the name. I was like, just when I saw the avatar, I was like, oh, okay. Was that you that pulled out all your sock accounts to get me over to the promised land?
Probably.
Y'all, I've been in this dump for fucking 1 year. Like, oh my God. I blew up my last channel before it hit 2,000. And this one, I'm like, I don't know. For some reason, I'm like oddly fixated on that. And because I'm terrible at this. Like, and the other day I finally thought, maybe you should ask people. Remember, I said, would y'all please pull out your sock accounts and I just need like 9 more subs. Just do it for me. Thank you. Y'all came through.
Hey, okay. You do you, babe. How's it going, beautiful? That was my husband.
It's going. I think I'm spent.
Yeah. I think we're all spent.
Yeah. Hi, Brittany.
Hey, Lisa. I just wanted to come up and say I wish I could give you a hug.
Oh, you're so sweet.
I really wish I could give you a hug.
I know. Brittany was so sweet and reached out to me and said that very thing, that she was going to be giving me a big old virtual hug. I honestly, y'all, when I tell you that so many people reached out, took the time to reach out to me, even people that I know, not because anything personal has happened between me and them, but you know how this place works. This is a dumpster fire, but I really, it truly has restored a little bit of my faith in, humanity a bit, to see that so many people have just been kind to each other. And I think that if anything, that would definitely make you happy.
Sorry.
Hi.
I apologize. I didn't know I was up here.
Oh, that's okay.
How you doing, Lisa? How you doing, everybody? I just want to say a couple words if I could.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I'm going to mute you speak.
Okay. I just want to say that I really admired Heels very much from the start when she first started going live. Of course, I loved her videos like everybody else did, or the videos she did before she ever went live. And I just admired her. I looked up to her, and I'm devastated like everybody else that she passed, and it still seems so unreal. But I do want to say that I don't want to be negative, but just going to say this. When everything went down, I just was shouting at home. I don't go on panels or ever. It's only my second time ever. Been following for a long time. I was just shouting like, I don't understand. I don't understand why everybody's so upset with Heels. She's such a wonderful woman. And then I just want to say that I was so happy that you guys reunited. It was because I watched you too, and it broke my heart when you guys sort of split up. And I'm so glad that you reunited.
Oh my God. Let me tell you, if this had happened and I hadn't made things right, that is a burden that I don't have to carry.
Yeah, that didn't happen. Everything happened the way it was supposed to. And I just caught what you said about her being having so much grace. And the other thing that I noticed was after she passed, she talked to so many people
I
behind the
know.
scenes,
I know.
and none of us knew, right? None of us knew. I mean, I didn't know.
No, that is absolutely, yeah. Because I'm like, well, gosh, I guess I'm not. I
That's
thought
special. Right? I mean, it's just amazing. She just was slick like that. I mean, it really shows the depth of her, and I just admired her. And um, obviously praying for her family and everybody that's hurt. We're all hurt. And that's all I really want to say is, Lisa, I'm so glad that you guys reunited. I was so happy. I know I sent a couple messages saying that. I was so happy. And I loved your shows on Friday night. And it's just a blessing, right?
Before you go, hold on. I have something queued up because I
Okay.
want you guys to know I was my hairdresser's like an hour away. So when yesterday I was pretty good because I had, a lot of distraction. So when I was in the car this morning on the way home, as soon as I left my girlfriend's house, I went and had my hair done, and I got in the car, and I was not even listening to YouTube. But I turned it on about, I don't know, 15 minutes from home, and I started listening to the Queen Bee's replay, and
right.
I was really, I was having a hard time. I was a mess, and I listened on replay, and this is what I heard. I've got it queued up almost. You got to listen to about 30 seconds of it.
Okay.
I started laughing my ass off. So, Tim, thank you for this. And stand by. Hold on. I think, it's at 20:45. At 21:34 is what you're waiting for. Okay.
Okay.
So let me present. I heard it, and honestly, I don't know if I was just so spent and needed to laugh so much, or if it was really as fucking hilarious as I thought it was. Okay, so this is 2 days ago, or was it yesterday? It was either yesterday or the day before. The days are all running together for me, but this is Angelo has come on Queen Bee's panel to say a few words about his friend Heels, and Tim, this is right about where he interjects into the conversation.
Like she deserved to have
very
a voice.
Highly of you. She really, she spoke very highly of you.
I appreciate that. She was a good woman. I mean, we've all said and done things in our lives that we may regret down the road, but I think that she made a very good effort in her time on this planet to do the right thing for the right reasons.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all made mistakes. I mean, everyone wanted to bring up that, 10 years ago, and I'm like, at a certain point it was ridiculous. And,
Yeah, it's just, and it's not even worth talking about, honestly.
No. I'm going to remember the good things. I was on a panel with her one time. Well, I jumped on the panel. She was, I don't know. She just being attacked by some asshole, and I got up there and I was like, no, this is not gonna fucking happen. No, you're not gonna make this fucking woman cry. Fuck that shit. And I got up there and fucking gave my 2 cents, and I'm sorry for swearing. I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss because I think that it's really she was just a good person, man. She saw me testify at the state capitol a couple weeks ago, and she played it, and she was so proud of me. And, that's a big thing. Fuck me, I better fucking end up crying again. Fucking man crying. But, she, I don't know, she stood for something, which is more than I could say for some people on this platform, I guess.
Well, I mean, I'm going to remember her when I basically mentioned how Tom CPU hit JLR, and she was laughing. She said, hit him again.
She said she loved him even more than that.
She loved CPU for
Hit him
hitting.
again. I love
Hit him
it.
again.
It
Run him
so
over.
funny.
Looked like I was in traffic, and I must have played it back like 4 times. Let's hear it again. Oh my
Let's
God.
hear it
again.
It was just something when she said, hit him again. Okay, hold on. 2250. Oh, okay. Here we go.
That's a big thing. Fuck me, I better fucking end up crying again. Fucking man crying. But she I don't know. She stood for something. Which is more than I could say for some people on this platform, I guess.
Well, I mean, I'm going to remember her when I basically mentioned how Tom CPU hit JLR and she was laughing. She said, hit him again.
She said she loved him for that.
She loved Tom CPU for hitting JLR. She's like, hit him again. And that was very funny.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think she was a very good person. I think she was
Oh
always.
my God. I laughed my ass off.
But as
Because
soon as
I hadn't heard that.
as soon as I hop down, I'm gonna go clip her actually saying that to BTM on panel, and I died in chat. I was like, "Go, girl, go, honey, go!" It was like, I just want to hop up, Lisa, and tell you, thank you so much. And
Don't thank me. What did I do?
but no, you shared with us. You shared yourself, and thank you. And I felt a lot of the emotions that you felt. But one thing I could say is we go through life and we learn from experiences. We learn mistakes are not mistakes if you learn from them and change your actions. Those are learning experiences. They're not mistakes. So I really liked Heels, okay, before all the nightmare happened. But after the nightmare happened, and I went to her humbly with my whole heart publicly because I did it public, and I tried to do it in private and it just never worked out. But when I came to adore her, I never spoke to her privately, but I came to see her heart and her grace and her forgiveness of people
Oh my
like
God.
me that I didn't deserve her forgiveness. And so forgive yourself. I'm still working on it. It's my worst mistake on YouTube and in the top 5 in my real
Oh, I
life.
can say the same.
Yeah.
I don't
In my real life,
have almost no regrets on here, but that
it's my top 5. And in my real life, it's my, because it was me. This is me. I am Roro. I'm not any different behind the scenes. I'm just me. So, but I
So
think
am I,
you know what
Rowena.
I'll tell you. She didn't want that. She didn't
No,
want
no,
she
but
did not want us to feel ashamed.
but my favorite. I have a favorite video of hers, and I can't find it. And it's the video that she made for her daughter. It's the video, and if anybody has it, if they could send it to somebody to send to me or something, because I can't find it, and I know I watched it probably 40 times. Um, and I don't know if she took it down. I don't know, but I can't find it. But
You
it's
know,
not.
when that whole thing about the picture being a catfish, and she laughed about that.
Yeah, it's the most beautiful.
She had shown me a picture of herself not long after I came back the first time, after, oh God, fucking 2 years is on here, is like two lifetimes. my second reincarnation. She or no, maybe it was right before I blew up the first. I don't know, but she actually sent me a picture of herself, unsolicited, and she just we were talking about clothes or something, I don't know, but she said this was me at it was my birthday this day, and I got flowers at my office, and it wasn't the picture. Oh my God, that picture with that fucking red latex cat suit. Every time I see that, I think of Catwoman if she were a
Yeah.
blonde.
Hot, man. Heels is hot. But if anybody can find, that's my very favorite video. I mean, I love all of
I
her
don't think I
videos.
ever
Don't get me
saw
wrong.
that.
But it's a whole video that she did to her daughter, and it shows actual, her daughter is a little toddler, and
Oh, was it recent? Was it just recently?
it was
Because
probably like 6 months ago, 8 months
oh, okay,
ago.
okay,
Yeah,
because she sent me. She was so torqued off by the catfish comment. She made the video, but before that video came out, I was really touched because she sent me pictures of her with her daughter through the
yeah,
years, and she
yeah,
said she was such a good kid.
yeah.
And what that reference was, I've heard people talk about the I think it was JP I heard say that she heard Heels say something about she was too vain to at this stage she wasn't going to show herself because she was too vain. But what that was is that video that she made where she proved that was her in that picture. The text at the end of the video said, "I'm too vain." That really is something to the effect of, that really was me. I'm too vain to ever show myself now because dying is not pretty.
Yeah. But this was the older video, and it was in response to a picture that had been put up by another group of people, and it was a beautiful, beautiful tribute to a mother's love for her daughter, and I wish I had it, and I just can't find it. It wasn't the most recent one. It wasn't the one from a couple weeks ago. But I'll have to go look for it. But if anybody can find the original one, I'd appreciate having it. I'd like to just have it for myself. But everybody just forgive yourself, and I'm very blessed that I adored her. I didn't just like her; I came to adore her, and I know she feels that. I know she feels all of this love. I know she does. And
Yeah,
I'm so thankful that she was doing what she wanted to do. You know what I mean? Like,
honestly, it's really,
it's such a
truly, I want
blessing.
you to stop and think about how hard it had to have been for her to do everything she did on here.
Yeah,
I mean, my dumbass will be laying in bed till 12 tomorrow because, like, oh, I've got a champagne headache. I can't do anything. I mean, she was just so strong. I
she
mean,
was.
honestly, and I'm telling you, I knew this was coming. I just did.
Well, I've told people
And I think
months
she
ago I
might
heard
have
it.
known too. Because
I
the
told
only
people
reason
months
I
ago I
knew.
just heard something, and I just feel blessed. So just lead with kind words, and we all are human. So there's that. But I just want to tell you, thank you so much, Lisa. And I
Oh,
really appreciate it. And
believe me,
so
it
I
was
hope that you go back and read the chat. And Be Still is in chat, and she said she's going to send you something, and you can go back and find it and chat what she said she's going to send you. I'm not going to spoil the surprise, but there's a lot of love for you, and I thank you and Crazy Nurse. Thank you both so much, because
I love
Friday
you,
nights
Rowena. I
I
love
might
you.
not have been in the chat. Sometimes I might have been laying down, but I just laughed so hard. I just laughed so hard.
It's the Golden Girls. We were the Golden
Oh,
Girls.
Jesus. Don't you dare. Listen, one more funny thing. So here's the funny thing. She started fucking around with this AI. Okay.
Oh,
She
Lord.
would send me these thumbnails. She wanted to use this thumbnail for the Friday night show. I said, don't you fucking dare. I said, you have got, I look like I've got fucking Molly's fisheye. One's going left, I said, no, put the fucking AI down. Don't you dare use that. I will never speak to you again.
It was hysterical.
Then I sent her a picture of me and I said, here, for your next thumbnail for Friday night, I said, or in the alternative, if you would like to put it on your coffee table or on your nightstand. And, I was just fucking around. She replied back to me and she said, my sweet, sassy, beautiful friend, I'm going to make a coffee table book with you.
And you know what? She probably was working on it. It's probably in her computer somewhere.
Probably. She was that way,
Yeah. But thank you, Lisa, and thank you, Crazy Nurse, for all the laughs. And
absolutely,
we're partners in, partners in trauma.
Yeah, we are partners in trauma. We're both trauma nurses.
We are. So, all right. Well, I'm gonna hop back down and go back and chat. But forgive yourself, forgive each other. I guess
I feel like
try to do better.
I said all I can say.
Yeah.
But
what's your
favorite? That's what matters. I think she knew. She knew.
What's your favorite Heels video?
Mm-hmm.
What's y'all's favorite? Do you have a favorite?
Yes.
I don't know. There were so many. I can't remember.
Hold on. Is everybody? Can everybody? Please tell me everybody I added is up here. Morbid, Kathy, Queen.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm
Okay.
gonna hop down.
Make sure.
Bye.
Okay, Rowena. It was nice talking to you.
Lisa Hills knew how much you loved her. Your friendship meant the world to her. It really did. I talked to her on Wednesday. I not only was on panel with her, but I was also on the phone with her. And I had been talking to her for a while, but there was changes.
Yeah, I saw it. I mean, I just knew. I knew, and I can tell you, I've really never had that before. I've had loss. We've all have loss, but I don't know. There was just, it wasn't just one thing. I knew. I knew something was coming.
I knew in her voice. It was in her voice. I could tell the last time we did a live, all three of us. I could tell.
Yeah.
Then.
I'm going to miss her so much. Who am I going to talk to till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning now?
Well, it's not going to be me because I go to bed at 9.
Oh, I did most nights except for when I was talking to her too. But she likes to talk at night, so.
I volunteer, Kathy. I probably don't have any wisdom like she did, but I volunteer.
Thanks.
Oh, do you want to see my favorite video? Sorry,
Yes.
I'm sorry. It's going to be a shameless fucking self-promotion. Just because it was funny. This was so genuinely funny, you guys. Well, if I press play,
yeah.
It really be funny.
La la la.
Song. I like this new one as much as I like the
Joker Genius. I know the reason they count me out because it's so convenient. But I don't mind that, never mind that. I'll remind you, time is deceiving. Still, time and time, I put the time in. Stars in line, perfect time to turn back.
that little girl that was dancing. One time I texted her and I said, "Oh my God, I freaking love that little girl." And I'm not going to tell you what she said, but let's just say that that little girl is not a little girl anymore.
The clock to rewind, no decline.
I had to improvise.
But if she could keep it together for Ernie, I don't even know what you said.
This was the stream where Paper Cut Tina was doing the kitty cat.
Oh my God, you guys have me laughing so hard. Oh my God.
All of YouTube. And my mouse was broken. And I
remember.
I couldn't get off the fucking screen. She was so high. But then the next day she told me, towards the end, I was just fucking with you. I was like, okay. I really thought we were all on 3 different like mental planes.
All 3 of us.
It was a good show. It really was a good show.
Because it was just all very spontaneous and
just natural.
She had a thing. Have you ever heard her say that she fell in love with the weatherman one night?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Special chocolate. I asked her that night, I said, "Are you dating the weatherman again by any chance?"
Well, here's to you. I went and got some special chocolate for you, baby. Here you go. I don't even like chocolate.
Some of that special chocolate.
Oh, God almighty. Yeah. Last time I had special spice cake, I thought I was going to the emergency room.
Right.
Not for me. Has everybody seen this video? Do you want to see it? I don't Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and play it.
Hey, Mr. DJ, play.
God. This is why I said I can't eat chocolate and do these. I had to private.
I think it's special chocolate.
It's special chocolate.
It was.
It was very special.
The last thing you want to do is confuse.
I have smoked acres of weed, but it was when it was like ditch weed 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Like I thought it was a fucking like coffee cake thing. Somebody from California sent her this medical grade. I was talking to some of it. There was other things in there that didn't make the final director's cut. But what I was talking about is my friend that passed away when she had cancer in Florida at that time, it was not legal. She had a client that sent her medical edibles and it was like a spice cake. Well, I ate, picture of like your average size brownie. First, I ate half of it, like immediately. I had only ever smoked weed. I never ate it. Well, so I ate half of it, and about an hour later, nothing had happened. And I was like, what the fuck? So I go back to the stash and I eat another half of the half. And I was not even half of the way through the half of the half when all of a sudden that shit hit me like a bomb. And I thought I was on LSD or something. And I remember I was so freaked out. I just went and stared at my husband sleeping for like a half hour trying to figure out, oh my God, because I didn't tell him I did it. And I'm like, how am I going to explain this and why I need to go to the emergency room?
You can't explain it. Like when my ex-mother-in-law.
How much?
Yeah, like a spice cake. I just helped myself to like 75% of it. I thought I was dying. I swear to God. I was high for 2 days and it was not fun. I was so scared. I was like this.
I guess.
I went and sat next to him on the bed and I just stared at him for like a half hour going, how am I going to explain this? Did you mess with my mouse? What's going on here?
Yes, I disconnected it before we went on. I'm going to bed now. No, I'm here over 2 hours. Little Miss Butterfly needs to go to bed.
You're going to have to boot me because I can't do it.
Gladly. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Why are you still here?
I don't know. You're supposed to get me out of here.
I did, and you came back.
Well,
look.
Like a bad Jenny. Good
Why?
night. Love everyone in chat. Love you, Heels. Look, it's aliens.
Lisa.
It's you. I can't do it. I don't have a damn mouse.
I'm closing up anyway. I'll remove you. She's still there, but I'm watching you. All right, guys. I want to do. There she is.
Stop. I was like, damn, I can't go to bed until I know she's taking me off of here.
I laughed so hard that night. Oh my God, I thought I pissed my pants. It was so funny.
That was a lot of fun. Not that long ago.
I'm gonna miss her.
Oh,
I'm gonna
Jesus,
miss my
that's
friend.
like my nightmare. I'm like, what the hell? Why do I hear that school coming through the amp?
What's that noise?
I didn't know until recently.
Who's got that noise?
Her name, that Heels in the Air, came from. That was her answer to Heels on the Ground.
Yeah, I know. It was great.
Morbid, are you there?
Lisa, hi. Hi, ladies. First of all, my condolences to y'all. And let me say something. Lisa, the video you just played, I don't know if you noticed, you and Heels and that photo, that profile picture of Heels, you guys look like twin sisters separated at birth.
Oh,
I'm telling you, like identical. I mean, maybe I'm seeing some, but you know, I was just noticing that.
Are you eating special chocolate by any chance?
Yeah, right.
Even the facial structure and everything.
It's the camera that you're the one you told everybody to buy.
I thought she stole your picture and put it up as her own profile picture for a moment there.
I think did that go right over your head? Did you hear what I said?
No, I couldn't hear it. I'm sorry.
Well, you said something about the profile picture, and you guys look like twins. I said, Morbid. It's that camera. It's that camera you told everybody to buy.
Oh,
do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You don't need to say it. You know.
I'm not.
Okay.
I know what you're talking about.
I was like, damn, I'm going to get that thing. That tickled me so much. I was like, he's full of shit. How could he not know?
I
can do that.
If you don't mind, I would love to share a couple things about Heels, and she was very dear to me because I don't have many YouTube people that I have friendships with and correspond with, and Heels has always been one. And it was kind of an interesting meeting because when I came in as Morbid X, I started the channel with teaming up with the Glare. We're gonna go ahead and bash the tragedy pimps,
The queen up, Lisa.
And
Queen
I don't see her. Where is she?
Oh,
I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. I see her. I'm not y'all. I never.
Sorry, Morbid.
Okay, there she is. Sorry. Okay.
I knocked myself off. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And the first thing that the Glare wanted to tackle was not only Zav Girl sort of thing, but it was the Heels in the Air controversy, and it was just fresh. Everybody was kind of attacking. I know Queen Bee was like one of the ones that was like supportive of Heels. I know that. And then when I had Glare up on a Heels in the Air sort of live stream that I hosted, the Glare was on panel. That's where the infamous clips come from, where he's treating, women and saying terrible things.
Yes, I remember that. Yes, I remember that.
And Heels joined us, and I was playing devil's advocate, let's say, and Glare was getting a little bit upset at me. He's like, whose team are you on here?
I remember. I'm sure most people remember.
So because I was like, no, Heels isn't a racist. Come on, Glare, what are you doing? don't be stupid, Like he's like, oh, you got to read the blogs, blah blah blah. Anyhow, so that night, like I didn't know if Heels could read me, kind of like my humor and what I was doing, and like trying to make Glare look ridiculous for what he's saying, but trying to be on his team too, like babying him. But she got it real quick, and she started emailing me from that point, just little things.
Blue Emu.
Huh?
Blue Emu.
Yes, she does. And this is the crazy thing about Heels. She would email me literally one word sometimes, just like to be a problem solver of something. Like she's a problem solver. She'll fix something. She's like a fixer upper or something. And just leaves. And I'll ask her more questions. So she'll just say, I gave you all the information in that first email. Read very carefully. I'm like, there's only 3 words there. But then it made sense after I listened to her. Don't you guys think she kind of was like that? Where she just, like the words of wisdom of being this problem solver, she just dropped it down. And like, hey, very simple and straight to the point. And, never mince words, always was straightforward. And and I didn't really get it in the beginning. I thought, is Heels trolling me, or like she's sending me messages, mixed signal? I don't know. Does she still hate me about the glare? And then later, as time went by,
she would hate you about the glare?
No.
She.
I know, but she never told
she and
me.
I had talks. I never had any history with you. I liked you immediately because I
think so,
find
yeah.
you entertaining, and she
talked about you too. We talk because I'm like, I love crime and fashion. I'm like, and then she would say, oh yeah, Lisa, like, and so that was kind of cool towards the end,
Trust me, she was never trolling you.
No, initially, because she was like very short with me, because like she would just send me little emails
like
here
that.
and there, positive stuff though. I'm like, well, what's up with this girl? And then all of a sudden, like months down the road, she sent me this long-winded email, and that was very shocking. I'm like, whoa, is this Heels in the air? Because she only sends me like 1 word, 2 words, and it was this beautifully written sort of thing from her heart, saying how she appreciated, the whole part of when the glare and all that, and like when I kind of like stood up for her for, what she was going through, because she really got hit hard, and for her to, I kind of encouraged her to come back.
I could not have withstood that. I can tell you that right now. I would have.
Yeah, it was really
not look back.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult, and so that's why I made up with Zap Girl too, because I used to make fun of her, and then I kind of looked at it similarly too. It made me kind of open my eyes, because like I'm like, well, Heels got it, and she really appreciated, just the encouragement and support, and I can tell this has hit the community big, because I have received a lot of messages about Heels saying sorry, and I'm like, wow, like I've never received so many messages in a long time.
I have not either.
And it's been in regards to Heels passing. So that's something. And you talked about the blue emu. That's another story. But she just wrote that beautiful email letting me know that she appreciated me, and she was very supportive. And I was so grateful and thankful. She would always stop by. She would always send me messages. She sent me her last email on Monday, and she told me about this case that I just didn't really think that I would be covering. And straight up, she told me, I showed it on my last live stream email, that she's like,
I was there. I remember. Yeah.
Micah Miller. Yeah. And I said, normally I wouldn't cover stuff like that or anything, but in my heart or something, that morning I woke up, I started doing it. And then I found out later that night that she passed. And I already finished the entire document. I did the entire voiceover. I just haven't finished the final piece of the edit, which I finished today and published. And I put a little dedication to her at the beginning of that documentary. So
oh yeah,
hopefully she was so like, you gotta cover this.
I got an email about that. I'm gonna watch it when we're done.
Yeah, so she really, like, there's some something there, right? There's got to be, there's a reason for that. Like a schmuck like me that's not liked by 99.9% of everybody on YouTube. She believed in me. You do. You've been very supportive, and she's been very supportive. My crime family's been very supportive. Just believing in me, just the talent or the ability that I might possess. Like they see that, but they don't see the other stuff. They don't like it when I talk shit about Queen Bee and make fun of her, and she would give me shit about that. You're gonna have to knock that.
I don't like that either, but I would just leave. I would leave when you would start that.
I want to be friends with Queen Bee,
I would
though,
just go.
because I'm not in that business. Plus,
okay, then you better be my fucking friend and stop doing that bullshit. You hear me?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Come on. All right,
we'll do it for Heels.
You just say yes, ma'am.
I mean, yes, sister.
Oh,
I don't know. I look at
no, because me and Heels, she really did she really did she really liked Morbid and she liked Willow. And I'll tell you what, man, me and her, boy, we used to go at it over you two. You and Willow both. Because I would get pissed at you guys, and she's like, I know you're mad, but like, don't even
water it down.
Don't even say it.
She wouldn't even yell at me, but she would just give me that slight hint, like, "Come on, back off, Queen, a little bit. Come on, you're being silly now."
Right.
Come on. And I go, "Come on, I'm just having fun." She just, kind of brought it down, but watered it down. She never got into any details or, got descriptive about it. She's like, "Come on," and then you got to go and beat him too. It's
she liked you, respected you, and just like Willow too. I mean, she really had a lot of respect for y'all. She really liked you guys. You know what I mean? You guys were two of her faves. B. Tim was one of her faves for the Karen Reed case. She had different. You know what I'm saying? She had fun though. You gave her some good laughs. I'll tell you that.
Oh, she gave me a little bit of hell for going in on B. Tim a little bit, but I didn't think I was too bad on B. Tim. But I'm sorry, B. Tim. I like B. Tim too. So
that clip I played that I heard in the car today when he said Heels told that what the fuck's his name? CP
he said hit his ass again.
Hit him again. I died. I swear to you, I know people next to me in traffic were like, "What the fuck's wrong with her?"
So Queen Bee, I apologize to you publicly. Also, B. Tim, I'm not going to do that shit anymore. Anyhow, I'm out of that business. It was nonsense from the get go.
Well, I know this is a weird space, but you know what though? There's a lot of people here. I'm like, damn, it puts it into perspective. We're all here in this same space for some reason or another. You know what I mean?
And Queen, I mean, we go back for a while now, and I've always liked you, and I don't know. I went into that weird little space of, hey, let's bash the tragedy pimps and drama pimps, or whatever.
I'm still
I think we all go through
that whole character,
Hell yeah,
Please hold the fort down while I'll be right back. Carry on.
Yeah, I only popped up for a quick second. The night you girls, I think it was you and Crazy Nurse and Heels, and you guys were crying. Oh my God, you were laughing so hard. She didn't message me to tell me she was asking to help her. She wanted me to help her do something. Oh my God, she's like, I can't stop. She's like, Crazy Nurse won't stop laughing. I can't focus.
That was so funny.
So hard. Oh my God, I was trying to help her, but I couldn't help her at the same time because I couldn't listen, and you guys were laughing so fucking hard. She's like, next time I'm not doing gummies. I'm not gonna take this. I'm not doing this again.
Her and that chocolate.
I told her to take the whole gummy. She's like, no.
The whole chocolate?
Yeah,
I think that one night she ate a little bit much. She said that one night. She was hysterical.
How much should I take? I was like, just eat the whole fucking thing. Hell with it. I thought, oh, no. Just only do half. Just do half or a quarter.
She loved you, Queen. She really did. You meant a lot to her.
I loved her too, man. And don't get me wrong, we definitely had it out a few times. We had our spot, we had our spouts, but I loved her. I really did.
But that's friendship. That's true friendship. You stayed together no matter what.
Do you guys know if there's a fund or some sort of thing that people can help the family? I don't know if they have anything set up for any sort of arrangements at all.
I'm kind of waiting to hear from Trisha Web Sleuth. Anybody can message her, but she was her friend for 30 years, and so she knows a lot more about that aspect and like the family and the services and things like that. I think she's waiting to hear from Heel's daughter, but she's still kind of in shock as well. So she's trying to process what happened, and you know what I'm saying, get things in order.
I will say this: if Heels was since Heels was in hospice, I have no doubt that all that was set up prior to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. I just don't know. Like I said, I don't know her what they have going on. They haven't made an announcement yet, and Trisha hasn't put it out on her. I figured she'd write a thing for the community tab or something, to let us know where, because we wanted to send. There's a lot of people that want to send flowers and such, So as soon as we find out, I'll let you girls know too, and then that way you guys can,
Another great thing about Heels, I mean, from my own personal experience with her, she has never complained about anything in her life.
No.
She would never even mention anything to say, hey, can you keep me in my prayers for this or that? Like, It was just like all support. Like, hey, this is good for you. And that's it. She didn't want anything in return. And that was straight that. And I think we could all kind of like, be very familiar with that sort of treatment.
Never.
When I got really sick,
I didn't even know she was sick.
ass.
I mean, she'd even tell me this. I had no idea. I thought her health was fine. She never even mentioned it. Again, Monday, she gave me this happy email and with emojis and everything. And it looked like a party. And then, I hear the sad news.
You know what? I'm not going to say what it was, but I'm telling you this. I truly believe she knew, and what happened the other day was not the first, and I just knew, and I truly believe that she did too.
The last month, I've noticed a lot of changes with her.
Yeah.
We talked about it a little bit.
Did you?
Yeah.
I'm glad because
when I was sick, as sick as that woman was, everything she was going through, she was calling me, getting on my shit to take
I know
care of
she was
myself.
giving me updates about you. I would ask her.
It was amazing.
And I never really thought about it, but Morbin is right. She never complained about anything.
Nope. Nothing.
No, she didn't.
You never would have known.
Like, it was never about her ever. She always made it about the other person. And even to the end, that's what I got from all the correspondence I received from her. So that's just a lot of character in her, just good people.
The fact that so many people who, have been mad at each other or whatever, have all managed to come together in remembrance of her.
Yeah. It's pretty awesome.
I've never seen. Yeah, I mean, I'm very surprised. Like I said, I only, and I haven't seen it myself, and I won't see it because it's fucking gross. But as far as I know, only 0.5% of this entire community has had anything negative to say.
I will say this. There's only, for me personally, 3 creators who will never receive forgiveness nor mercy from me. They know who they are. They know what they did.
I'll tell you, you know what? I'm glad you said that, because she said to me more than once, there is only one person on this platform that I will never speak to again. And she never told me who it was. And I never asked, because I don't think I really even wanted to know, because if I had asked, she would have told me. But
Exactly.
I never asked. I have thoughts, but I only one. And I think That says a lot. And, obviously she had her reasons.
Yeah, there was a couple that even as sweet as she was, she just couldn't forgive.
Exactly.
And I don't blame her. I stood right beside her.
I
She
know.
did. She was far more graceful than I could have ever been.
Mhm. Yep, and I tell you, my husband knew what happened, and when I told him that, how it had all gone down, and then when we said things, I made things right with her, and he said to me, "That's why you always fuck all those people." He said, "You always stand by your friend, no matter what."
That's true. That's exactly right. There's only
And I tell you what,
about 3 people on here that I do stand by.
I truly believe that when she called me that day, she was not going to say to me, "Okay, listen, we need to talk about what happened." But I mean, I was like, "Oh my!" I just said, 10 minutes of small talk. I said, "Stop! I've got to do this, because until I do this, no, I got to do this." But I don't think she would have ever. I don't think she would have ever said, "Hey, we gotta, we need to talk about this." I don't think she would have. But
Well, some things should be forgiven, some things shouldn't.
oh, there's Angela.
And
Hi, Angela.
we know who to forgive and who not to, right?
Hello,
Right.
ma'am.
Hi.
How are you? Yeah. I wish it was better circumstances.
I was gonna say it's yeah.
I wrote something, but I don't really have the strength to read it, so I'm just gonna drop it in the back chat for you.
You should read it.
Do you want me to read it?
Yeah, you probably have I haven't really processed any of this yet.
Well, my nose is pretty much raw, and I have decided I am definitely going to be the spokesperson for Ardell Lashes, along with Duo eyelash glue, because my God, holy shit! I mean, I'm shocked. Oh,
Shit.
butter.
I may end up having to read it because it doesn't cut and paste well into the side chat.
Yeah, go for it, man. Do it for Heels. Do it for Heels.
It's called, rightfully so, because I feel like this is who she was. I called it "Love More Than You Hate," and like, I couldn't understand some of the people that she talked to and she treated with kindness and respect, because I didn't have it in me, and she always did, and it was nice to see on a platform that, let's just be honest, it's murky at best sometimes.
Love more than you hate.
Love more than you hate. Yeah.
Hey,
So
Blair, you piece of shit. Listen up. I'm sorry. I gotta throw in something here. Okay.
It's our time on this earth is not a sure thing, and nothing is forever. There are times when we must begin to disembark and sever. It requires no intelligence, or that you even have to be clever. It means allowing yourself to see all of the ways that you can be free. Some will find it in a bright new flower, and others in a bee. Some find it in the heart, or simply by bending a knee. Time is short and love is hard, and time is fleeting. It sometimes feels like a lonely heart that's in the dark and still beating. But loving hard and forgiving those with your soul is completing. It's hard to sit and summarize all the things to mean. In words alone, it means so little when you're left the living scene. You left behind, you did from us, but living in your deeds. You taught me more than I can repay each and every day. Your loss is so profound, I still don't know what to say. I wish you had just one more day to stay. It's said that God takes the good ones first. I sometimes wish he would instead take the worst. Now you're in heaven among the universe. I'm not sure what to do with you not in the world to embrace, except to remember you and how you showed us all how to live in grace. Despite the way you were treated in this sometimes volatile place. I wish I had the strength you showed to those you hated most. No matter how vile it was and how much it was gross, you lifted your head and held it high as you gave each one of them a toast. You led your life filled with love for all you came to see, forgave the hate and lived your life to the best that you can be. And now you have those angel wings, living a life pain-free. I was blessed to know you for who you are, not what others said. You lived each day as full as can be and never focused on the dread. I envy you and know that you are safe and know what lies ahead. So watch over me and watch over us. You are now the heels in the sky. I know the tears will flow each day from the heavens up high. Heels in the air now with wings. Go ahead and fly. And that's it.
Oh, that was beautiful.
That was beautiful.
It's really nice.
That really was.
Thanks, Angela.
That was gorgeous. That was yeah.
Thank you for sharing that.
Thanks. I'm gonna pop down and probably cry for about an hour or so, but thank you, Lisa. It was
my pleasure. Thank you.
Met you through Heels. Morbid, it's good to see you again. She loved you very much, by the way.
Thank you.
She loved everybody, to be honest with you, well, except for one person, but for the most part, she loved.
And if you want to put in the back chat who you think that was, go right ahead now.
Oh, I know exactly who it was.
Oh, you do? Well, then definitely put it in the back chat.
Is it a male or female?
It's a male.
A male.
Well, we all know who it is. You don't even have to say a word.
Well, yeah, I mean, I know.
All I know is somebody tried to hurt her and make her cry on her panel, and I got up there and I said, "Nope, not today, Satan."
I remember.
Not today, Satan. That's right.
I remember that. I was in my car. I can tell you what damn intersection I was at.
I was. Look, I'm known on this panel, on this platform by many different ways. Some good, some bad. Some think I'm this horrible. I care about people and I care about protecting people. It's in my blood. It's who I am. I'm not going to change that for anyone.
No,
but she was a good woman. She was a good mom. She was a good creator. Sometimes people in our lives, they come into our lives for a reason. You don't always get to know why. I wish I could explain it. I don't have the intellect or the experience. All I know is that I am who I am today because there have been people in my life that have managed to break through whatever defenses I put up to reach the real me, to know the real me. She got to see that. She knew who I was. I mean, those are important milestones in each of our lives that we have to do something with it. Otherwise, it was a waste. So, much love to her. I'm jealous. She gets to be the right hand of God.
Right. I'm so jealous. Yeah. How beautiful.
I'm glad that I have another angel up there watching over all of us because we need this. This world is we need these. So much love to you all and much respect.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Angelo.
I've seen lots of read the shoes, the emojis, thumbnails. So many people made beautiful thumbnails with the shoes, and I just want to make sure that when I did this thumbnail, I put one shoe rather than a pair. for, a very specific reason. And honestly, I mean, there's 421 people watching this. I don't think that there would be 421 people showing up for me. I can tell you that. So, job well done.
Well, get used to it because you're taking over next.
No.
You got to carry on that legacy as it is. She was the greatest YouTube clipper of all time. I'll tell you that. Heels was. Like, seriously, in this true crime community, like, she took it from clipping to live streaming, going through the horrendous sort of accusation, the BS that puppy thief, put her through, and many other creators, by the way. Shame.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can't just lay all that at his feet. That's
no, but
there's a few.
But she got herself back together. She was really thinking of calling it quits. It was tough for her.
Oh my! I'm telling you, I promise you, I
tough.
would have, and I wouldn't have had to think more than about 5 minutes.
Yeah, and I told her
I could not have withstood that. There's no way.
I messaged her. I'm like, fuck that, fuck them.
I talked to her a lot during that time. We had a lot of long phone conversations, and yeah.
I'm glad that she had you.
Yeah, and she turned it around, and she really mustered up the strength. And not many people do that. There are certain individuals that can, because they're just built differently like that. And Heels in the Air was just built differently. And again, I don't know what y'all think about Zav Girl too, but she's been through a lot, and an unfair treatment too, whether you agree or disagree. And look at her. She has the same strength and mustered up to do the same thing that Heels in the Air was the first to do it. When everybody was jumping on her, majority of people were just like, oh, this and that. And it was insane. And, a stupid live stream for me, she was appreciative of just because of the support that she received.
Yeah, because you were a life ring. I mean,
I don't know. It just showed me how powerful she was on the inside, that she had that strength.
Oh, absolutely.
She was always worried about protecting the people that were still around her. She would tell me, I want you to do this. I want you to have the wrench, and I don't want no one attacking you anymore for sticking by me. That she worried more about me than she worried about herself.
She always did. She was something else. She was someone for other women to admire.
Yeah.
And not let this insane place ruin whatever dream they might have. I personally have no dreams of being a creator. I have no interest in it. For that reason, especially, life's too short. I won't be. I'm too mean to do it. I have no patience.
You're just smarter than the rest of us.
Yeah, really.
Hey, Lisa, I'm going to give you some Heels in the Air advice right now. How about this? I'm going to be a fixer-upper and a problem solver. You know how you're drinking champagne? You love champagne wine drinker?
Yeah, not. No,
white wine, champagne.
It was situational appropriate.
Now, this comes from Heels in the Air. I swear to God. Here's some advice on it. I don't know if you heard of like wine wands. Have you heard of that? On Amazon.com. Yeah, get this on Amazon. It's like called Wine
Boo, a wand?
Wine wands, yes. Or
Boo.
they come in tea bag form. And you know what they do? they take out the histamine inside of the wine and the champagne, the alcoholic beverage.
Yeah.
Okay. You kind of put it in there for 3 minutes, take it out. It doesn't affect the taste. But what happens is you don't have that hangover in the morning. It takes away that. Try it. It's just like Blue Emu, but different.
Oh, okay.
That's why I always drank Champs, because I never got a hangover with Champs.
Look it up on Amazon. And I swear to God, look at the reviews too. It's not a joke.
I've
tried
never
this
even heard of that. That's hilarious.
So it's called wine wands, or wine tea bags or something. Histamine, antihistamine, or histamine removers.
So funny.
And it's a lifesaver for you because you mentioned, you get your hangover on champagne and stuff.
Well, that's because I don't ever drink. Like, I honestly, I never, ever, ever drink anymore. But when we started this Friday night thing, she did her chocolate, and I was like, well, I'm been there, done that.
Do you like what kind of champagne? Are you a pink champagne person? I love pink champagne.
In honor of Heels, I got the good shit. This is the
exactly.
Oh wow!
I actually thought, well, funny story. A few weeks ago when we did our Friday night cocktail stream, I bought what I thought was some kind of like spin-off of the good shit. Because it had the word Voob and a picture of the Eiffel Tower. And I was like, oh, wow, you're speaking my language. And I drank the whole bottle in that stream. And the next morning I was like, oh my God. The price alone should have told me that it was not, it was not what I thought it was. So tonight I made a point of, because I live in the sticks and my grocery store does not sell that. So I had to go. I made a special point that I was going to stop and in her honor on Friday night, get a bottle of the good shit. So
hell yeah.
Cheers.
Cheers to you.
Cheers to her.
Cheers. Yeah, that was the first night in a long time, probably a couple of years, that I drank anything, and I'd had Fireball in my freezer for months that I'd forgotten about.
Oh my God, you freeze that shit? Like, listen, when I was in my party,
you can't freeze alcohol; it just stays so cold.
Yeah, but it gets
I can't drink anything warm. Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Okay,
No,
so
not at
my
all.
days when I was drinking shots, we didn't have Fireball, Goldschlager, or Jägermeister. I was like, no, I don't want high octane cough syrup, but I like that flaky gold shit. Yeah, give me a shot of that.
Well, I took them out and drank them that night with you guys, and I swear those 2 shots did me in. I'm a weakling. I can't do it no more.
After not, yeah. It's funny. My husband's like,
You guys had me laughing so hard.
That was so much fun. And after that, that was kind of what. Willow, do you want to come up? She loved Willow.
I think somebody messaged they were backstage just wandering around or something.
I don't see
That's me.
And I hear Willow's a singer because he was supposed to sing a long time back. And
Willow.
Come on, you got a serenade.
I see him there. He's in the chat. Listen, I've always wanted to do a show with a male counterpart. And you and Willow.
Well, I'm half that, so
you and Willow were on my short list. And one night Heels said, I'm like, I'm always hounding Willow. I leave comments, I send emails, I stalk him, telling him I want to do a live stream.
By the way, I had 0.0 messages from Lisa ever. Okay. Just saying.
Me?
She knows I exist, but I'm just saying. So Willow, that's a compliment to you, buddy.
No, but you don't have a damn email on your
I do. It's very difficult.
I can't find it. I told your mod. I said I can't find his email, so tell him here's how to get in touch with me. But yes, I one night I said, and I think Crazy Nurse was there. I said I would love to do a live with Willow. I'm always hounding him, and she said, "Oh, you two would be great together, but You both get a little long-winded. You like to talk. Oh,
Hey,
God.
Web Sleuths put up a community post
She did.
with some info.
Okay, I'll go look right now and
Yeah.
put it up.
Apparently, her memorial's going to be online.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's
There's
so
a link. There's a link if you know.
Oh, I love that. You know what's funny?
If you want to donate or anything, there's a link, and yeah.
Okay. All right. Here's web's list. You know what's interesting is I knew, well, not new, but I knew who Trisha was and listened to Trisha and Web Sleuths before I ever knew who Heels was. And one day we were just talking and she's like, oh yeah, she's been my best friend of 35 years. I was like, oh my God, I knew her before you. All right, let me see if I can share this.
Is that Britt Hicks? Is that the person?
That's her
it says something. The link I posted to Britt's Facebook page. All right,
that's her daughter.
I'll share it in my chat too, if that's the correct web sleuth I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
that's
a
her
black and
daughter.
white avatar. Yes.
I'll post that link. There's the Facebook link.
Oh, this is from her. Oh, her daughter wrote this. Oh.
So there's a planned memorial service later on this summer. The service will be online since that is where most of her community was, it says.
And she does have, her daughter has Sheila.
Yeah. They're going to be heading to San Antonio this weekend to settle her apartment and accounts. Since this was unexpected, there will be funeral home expenses that we will need to take care of. If you would like to help with that, there's her Venmo and Cash App.
Oh, good.
I think that's great.
Yes.
Yeah, it is. That's awesome.
Oh my God.
And what's
this is really real,
huh? Now that I see that she's made this post, the first time she ever called me, she was at her daughter's house, and that was the number she called me from.
Yeah.
They're asking.
That's why she said, "Oh shit," because she was like, "Oh my God, I just called this woman that I don't even know from my daughter's personal number." But
they're also asking for help with food. So Uber Eats and DoorDash gift cards would be greatly appreciated. As it says, email britshicks@gmail.com. Brits, TS, hicks@gmail.com for the DoorDash and Uber Eats gift cards for
yeah, and I will I'll share that on my page. Oh. Yeah. And I mean, all I can say is, when Crazy Nurse called me that night, she could probably speak more to this than me because she's spent, a lot of her career as a trauma nurse, but I couldn't even cry. I was just very I said, I guess I'm in shock. And then the next day I was pretty good because I had things I had to do. But today has been very, very difficult.
It usually takes 24 hours. First, you're shocked with the news. Then the next day, you're sort of numb, frozen. And then the next day, you start feeling and realizing, and then things like, memorials and so forth, it brings to the front the reality. And then everyone grieves differently. Mm-hmm. We lost our son in the Army, and I was frozen for a year. So after a year, it began to, thank you. After a year, I began to feel or start feeling. You thaw out, you go through that phase. And then you get angry and all those things involved. So never let anyone tell you how to grieve, because we all grieve differently. And if someone says, well, you should be over that by now. Oh, really? I should.
I would
getting through
never
it.
be over
I
that,
won't.
honestly.
But Lisa, you gotta kind of hone in on the spirit of Heels in the Air's great sense of humor, because she had this.
She was very, very
so
dry,
witty.
very dry, and like what I loved was the monotone. Like, but she always.
Oh,
got
she
her
could get dark with humor, because if she likes me, she's
Yeah.
dark, and I'll tell you what, she's just so witty, and so she's looking back, she's looking down and saying, guys, I know you're going through something, Lisa, right now, like you're emotional crying, and like inside, like it's heartbreaking, it's a tragedy, but she's up there and she's just looking down and saying, come on, guys,
I
who I am.
like, honestly, I feel like I did what I wanted to do, which was
she knows from moving on this point forward, she wants you to be happy and
what I wanted
laugh.
to do.
And you are going to make her proud. And you know what? I'm making that vow to make her proud too, because she always told me literally, stop fucking around with true crime stuff, with the drama. Like, that's funny. I like that. I like your comedy, but also you're really good at this documentary stuff. So here's a case, Micah Miller, take it or don't. And I did. She did this Monday, and for some reason I took it. I didn't listen to her for God knows how long now, a year and a half since I've known her, or two. And finally I said, for some reason, I woke up one morning. I'm usually a lazy ass, and I finally got my ass, and I recorded the entire thing, and it's finished, and it's doing well right now. It's performing well. But I attribute that to the fact that she told me to do this in this email on Monday. And there's a purpose for this, So.
And did you put her in your intro?
She's in my intro, the finale of the full documentary.
You were going to do that, so I'm.
Yeah, it's just a real short. this is dedicated to a dear friend of mine, Heels in the Air, rest in peace. And
I know you have a few people you do that for.
But I just love. I've always loved her. Because I don't have many people to love on YouTube because they all hate me. Well,
Morbid, I tell you what. You know what me and Heels had in common? I don't have any history with you, and I don't. I always thought you were great from the.
But I knew of you.
First time I heard you, and so did she. So.
She brought me. Well, I've seen you and then she talked about you, and then I was like, I saw her in my comments.
We have a bone to pick with you, but we can talk about that later.
Oh, you have a bone to pick with?
Well, we both did. We
man,
both had something.
You better get in line, because that line, like the DMV.
But no, it's not. It's not for public consumption. Just we were just wondering about a few things.
All right, well, I'll grant you that, because for sure.
For another time. But I'll be sure and let her. We'll talk, and I'll be sure and let her know.
This last time, because I had my Morbid X channel deleted recently, and I was kind of bummed about that a little bit. And then, but I should be used to it because I've been on YouTube.
I was going to say, you're like a damn YouTube phoenix. You always rise from the ashes.
That's the crazy. It's so funny because, I actually emailed Heels for some reason. I said, "Did you know my channel was taken down by my goddamn fucking trolls again?"
You've got more people on your damn. You've been on 5 minutes. I've been working for a year to get.
And I was like, "This is not right." And I was complaining to her. I was just like, "God damn it." This 9 years, and they're all the same motherfuckers, and mass reporting, false reports, and whatever.
She recognized in you, a talent.
But you know what she said to me, though? It's the funniest thing because I have a comedy channel. She's all, at least I still watch your
Tell
comedy
me
channel.
about that, but she never told me the name of it. Put it in the back chat.
It's comedy podcast, bros. But she's
Okay.
like, well, at least I watch that. That was her reply. I said, what? Okay, that's it. That's all you have to say. She says, oh, you'll be back. You're always back. That was it. That's all she said.
Told me, she texted me. She said, Morbid came on my panel and I told him you were going to be jealous.
She did.
Yeah.
But it's so funny. She's like, oh, you're always going to be back. So who cares? You know, it was like,
exactly.
whatever. You know, stop crying, little bitch. And I was like, oh, I guess she's back. And I was back like literally the next week.
I know. One of the most poignant things I ever heard someone say on here, and even though she didn't coin the phrase, it's so fitting for everything that takes place on here. And that was Captain Napton, and she said, "This is the Hotel California. You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave."
Yeah, you kind of get sucked into it, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that saying.
But
well,
this community.
thank Don. What the Don Henley? Wasn't that him?
Yeah, right.
I thought you were going to say Don Wells. Holy shit.
The Eagles.
Can't think. God. You know what? That's funny you say that because that was the one thing on my list that I scratched down that I didn't say. Something Heels did for me is she had a way, and it was very very blunt and direct, of making me think differently about things. And one of those things was the Wells. She really hated that. She hated what Chris McDonough did to Candace. She very much believed that he exploited the shit out of her. And in retrospect, I believe she's absolutely right. But at the time, I was just like, oh, well, he's a retired cop. But she got very snarky with me more than once about that and said, you feel that way because that's how you were told to feel. And, then told me some things about her growing up. And, she was one of the few people that really did make me consider that maybe I was wrong about at least some things where Don and Candace were concerned. And nobody else had ever made me, up to now, there's no one else who's ever made me waver from what I thought. And I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but I was pretty convinced that I was right until she kind of yanked my chain and said, not so fast. And
were you more thinking that the Wells were involved in?
Oh, absolutely.
And so Heels brought you back to know.
She said to me more than once, you only think that because of what you've been told and what he did in exploiting. You wouldn't, you may not feel that way had he not done what he did. And she's probably 50% right.
And that's like the problem with true crime movie, in general, is that people's feelings are placed above facts.
Exactly.
I'd say like facts over feelings. You got to look at the facts first before you feel. Like your feelings don't matter in a case, right? Evidence and facts matter. So facts are above any sort of feeling. So I could see how humans will always put feelings above facts, no matter what, because of your own life experiences, so on and so forth. And so how you kind of connect with a certain case, like the Mika Miller case right now. There are women who connect differently to the case because of their experience, their personal experience. So they're going off of feelings versus what's factual and all the evidence provided. So one thing that I learned from Heels and that she pushed me on was she said, I like the way that you're covering some of the true crime stuff that you did. And I didn't do a whole lot, but she looked at it. She says, that's what you need to do. You need to present those facts. And then that's it. There's no other story to that. There's no more theory involved. There's no opinion. It's just present the facts, let it be, and put it out there so the world could see that.
And that's what she did, truly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's true. I spent most of my life around police, and then in my career around cops and detectives and all of that. And there's a reason they keep everything close to the vest. We are not privy to every little detail. It's none of our business. And at the end of the day, you have to remember that there are people who, you know, free speech and all of that stuff only goes so far until it comes to someone's right to a fair trial. So the other thing is calling police departments and doing this and that and the other and telling them you have a lead, or a psychic said this, or I heard on YouTube. No, you're wasting resources. You cannot keep doing that because they have to follow up every lead, and 90% of it was probably useless. And at the end of the day, they have what they have. They will get what they get. And until then, it's not our business. And you can go around and accuse whoever you want, but you have no proof.
Yeah, that's honestly the whole you know what, before I came in my office, because I was really trying to I've tried to stay away from well, actually you texted me and said stay away from YouTube today, which I knew to do anyway. And I do regularly because I just I have to do that for myself. But I have not heard of this case. What is so ironic to me is what prompted me to make a channel was the Summer Wells case, and watching people that I was like, oh my God, are you fucking kidding me? If these dipshits are doing this, I can do it. But I feel like I'm so, because I truly, since I was 12 years old, I have loved, well, that sounds horrible, but I've been very invested in true crime. I mean, I'm all the way back to the days when you had to buy a book from a newsstand. Open it up to the middle, and if you were lucky, there was, well, black and white pictures. If you were exceedingly lucky, there might be a couple color pictures. But because of the just the nature of this place and the what is rewarded and worshipped here, which is ego and money, which just bastardizes everything and brings out the worst in so many people, and the competitive, it is, for the first time in my life, what brought me here and what I thought I was going to do, I don't want anything to do with, which is true crime. But before, hi Caribbean, I haven't seen you in ages. How are you? Before I came in here, I saw I think it was Long Crime thumbnail about, my God, a guy who looked like he was maybe in his 30s, had his son who was 6 years old for visitation. They probably had 50-50 custody. He lived in an apartment complex or a condo that had a private gym. And I don't know if this was a punishment or what, but there were cameras in the gym. and he turned the treadmill on. I don't. It was absolutely heartbreaking. Just, I haven't seen a treadmill in about 25 years, so I don't even know what's the highest setting on a treadmill. But he put the
I don't know.
child on it as some type of punishment.
Yeah.
And
How old was the child?
6.
Oh.
And you would see him fall, and he would grab him up from under the arms and, just put him back down on the treadmill, and he died.
Really?
And, yes.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Oh, it just sick, absolutely sick. And
yeah, that's gross.
Well, I don't even know what to say, but I don't know. I have to say, I think if there's any, I am not vain enough to think that I don't know what legacy I would ever leave anyone, but I absolutely know why Heels came into my life and what she gave to my life, and I hope I gave something to hers.
Absolutely, you did.
Of
You're
course
like the
you
yin
did.
to the yang, and now you're a combo to it, and then you're gonna have other counterparts come together, like me, if you wanted. So with Heels in the Air, she was very straightforward with true crime cases, factually based, and she didn't like the horse shit that people were spinning to make it a drama. She didn't make about money. She didn't want, like, to make monetize off this, even though, she was monetized, but that
She
wasn't
asked
her
me one
goal.
time,
That wasn't
is
her end game.
it tacky? I was like, oh, fuck it, girl. And when she
Yeah,
told
I mean,
me,
who cares? You got to,
told me when
like,
I
she was
broke her
doing it for,
Cash App cherry, I was like, oh my God, I love it.
she was literally doing it out of the kindness of her heart, like the way
Yeah, it
she
was not
believed
about
in it.
money
She
at
believed
all.
in what she said and put out there. And then
She
she
did.
never wavered once.
No, she didn't.
She didn't waver on her blogs that the fucking Flair piece of shit would call her out for, and other folks would.
Do you know what she
never
told
wavered.
me? Do you know what she told me a week ago? She said, it was before you came on her panel. She said to me, do you know that motherfucker used my video and called me a cunt before and after? And I said to her, I've never said this to anyone. I said, you should have fucking struck him. I'd have struck that mofo. And
in a heartbeat.
You know what's the saddest part? I don't have that live stream anymore. It was a 5.5, 6-hour live stream, and Heels in the Air was on the stream for a good 3-4 hours with the glare. So we don't have that anymore because fucking idiots who struck my channel, and I'm done with that. It's gone. I didn't save it, because I have too many videos back then. But it's unfortunate because that was a good live stream. I'm so proud of that live stream, that she would accept me to come on and trust me to come on, just like Bullhorn Betty did with an interview, a live interview. And I don't know, Bullhorn Betty from a hole in the wall, and she came on and said, "Okay, I trust you." And Heels in the Air was the same way. She's like, "I trust you. Let's see."
No, I'm going to stop you there.
Yeah,
Same way as far as
yeah,
trusting you, but yeah, that's morbid. That's the only place we're not going. Okay.
Yeah, we're not going there.
Oh, with BHB?
Yeah. No.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying, like, I appreciated it. I was very grateful and honored for her to come up and talk about it, because I thought she was right on, like, there was no way she should have had that public persecution like that.
No.
And people piling on. It was disgusting.
Yeah,
It's
you know
terrible.
what? I truly believe, I mean, I can only speak for why I participated. And And I had, honestly, I mean, I'm nobody. I'm not here trying to pay my bills or anything like that, but there's a lot of people who are. And people were cowardly, people like I was, were worried about, oh my God, well, if you're standing by her, then I mean, I'm oversimplifying, but
I think you're a little too hard on yourself because it's just human nature.
She really is.
Yeah, and there's no textbook way of dealing with things.
She wasn't involved in the bashing and saying.
I never did any of that. I will say I mean, I made a surgical cut and that was it. I never participated in any bashing or anything like that. But I will always carry that. She said of everybody, it was, you were the one. She just didn't want me to think that way of her. That was it. It wasn't about, it wasn't about, oh, I need to, no.
See, Lisa, but she saw something in you. Heels saw something in you, just as she did in me from the get-go. And she said, that's the fucking characteristic I need to nurture. And she did that in her own way, Little by little, she would do it. It wasn't like a whole, like, well, should just lay it down. No, she did it little by little, her way, to build you up to where you're at now. So
I'm telling you, that's how I knew. When you said the yin to the yang, I can tell you that if you can get past like the exterior, I am
she's a true.
I feel things on behalf of other people, and I think she and I had that's how I knew that something was. It wasn't in her. It was not my first experience with her when we first met that she was soft with me. And when I started to see that, and she got very, vulnerable with me and really made a point of telling me how much she cared about me.
And you got to nurture that because
I knew
you're going to make her proud, just as I want to.
I hope
make that promise to do that, because we see that,
Hi, Kathy. Did you go get a drink? My damn ice bucket's almost melted. I can't believe I'm putting freaking ice cubes in this.
Go on Amazon.com and get yourself a wine wand.
It's a little late now.
Too late. But they don't have 2-hour delivery.
Stand by, please.
What?
Stand by. Look.
They don't make deliveries.
I have a wine wand. Look.
They don't have deliveries. That's like a McDonald's. That's a 7-Eleven Slurpee straw.
Yeah, right.
No. This is a Wendy's straw. Thank you very much. I unwrapped it before I came in here.
Oh, Lord.
What is a wine wand?
You got to get the wine wand. That's not
what is it.
If you're a wine enthusiast, it's a must. You won't have the headache, the hangover tomorrow. You can have 2, 3, 4, 5 bottles of wine tomorrow.
Do you have to use
Blue
Emu with it?
Get a hangover.
Does it come with a side of Blue Emu?
You know what? It probably should. And you know what?
That used to make me laugh so much. Did that shit really help you that much?
Yeah. Okay. So I'm not kidding you. I threw my shoulder out, right? And I'm 40. Like, I'm turning 46 in a few.
Totally full of shit, or if I need to buy that.
In 11 days, I'm turning 46 years of age, and so my shoulder got fucked up in the morning because I guess I slept on it or something. I don't know. This old people problems. And so I'm sleeping on my shoulder. It's all fucked up. And I'm complaining about it for like 2-3 lives. Heels in the Ears had enough of it. She's like, Blue Emu, maximum strength. I said, what?
Maximum strength.
She's all Amazon.
And you won't
I said,
stink.
what? What are you talking about? She's all, just get it. Trust me, it's going to work.
That was pretty funny.
And I tried to get maximum strength, but they wouldn't deliver the motherfucker like the next day, right?
Is it
the
like
same
a
day.
controlled substance? What do you mean?
No. And I said,
Yeah,
Blue
right.
Emu. And I said, would super strength do? Because that's coming today. She didn't answer. She's like, oh my God, what the fuck is wrong with this idiot?
Super
Just
strength.
get Blue Emu, you idiot, is what she said. So I got it. I started putting it on. And within 24 hours, I was like, wow, I could actually move my shoulder again. And I said, wow, thank you so much, Heels. Silence, crickets. You know, she already knew. She's like, I already helped him, so whatever. You know, she bounced after that. I said, God damn. So
Oh, you definitely went out of your way to thank her, because I remember I was like, damn, I gotta try this shit.
Yeah.
Every intro, I was like, God
I know,
damn, Blue.
right?
And then, I said, Blue Emu. And then all these,
Was it
you know,
really
people.
blue, though? That's my question.
It is blue. Yeah.
It is? Seriously?
And it doesn't smell. There's no
And
smell
you
to
won't
it.
stink.
Yeah.
No?
It's just arthritis.
Does it
I don't know what the
disappear
hell. It was like a
when you
miracle
put
thing.
it on?
I think it's emu semen or something. I'm not sure exactly what it is. You know
Jesus.
what I'm saying? Whatever it is, it works.
Exactly an endorsement for the product.
It comes from an animal called an emu. I mean, let's
Not
get real here.
passion approved.
Oh man, I don't know what it is, but I put it on me. It looked very odd. It still looks odd, but I'm like, I like you. Thank you. And I try to thank Heels, and she never actually accepted my thank you. She moved on already.
Blue
She already
Emu
moved
sent
on.
her. They sent her a lifetime supply for her endorsement. Just
Oh,
like
she
the
didn't even
eyelash-
care.
just
She was like,
Eyelash
whatever.
Glue is going to send me a lifetime supply for sure, because I'm telling you, I think you could probably like mortar bricks with this shit.
And I was such a baby. I was like, should I get the maximum strength or the super strength? And you know, no answer. She didn't email me back.
And she's like, sir, you're not freebasing it. You're just
She's
like,
who the hell is this guy?
topical. Don't worry, it'll be okay.
It's gonna be
It's
all
Just
annoying.
get
right.
Blue Emu. Just get Blue Emu.
Oh, that shit was funny.
That's the greatest. She's the greatest. I'm
Blue
telling you.
Emu and what did I say this lash glue was? Duo Active. It's very
Is that for your eyelashes?
yes, the glue
Oh, okay.
that
See, she's a problem solver.
I've cried a damn
Problem
river. I could not believe. I
Right.
said at the beginning of this, if these lashes stay on through this live stream, I am going to be an unpaid lifetime product endorsement spokeswoman, free of charge forever. And I'm saying right now, ladies, Duo Active.
What is it called?
Duo, D-U-O.
Duo Active?
The last time I tried to wear those lashes, I glued my eyes shut with my contact lens in.
Can men wear this shit? Because I need some
You
some
could,
help.
but I don't know why you'd want to.
For Mother's Day. I don't know.
Yeah, no.
You want to put on some eyelashes, Morbid? We'll hook you up.
I probably should. I don't know. Well, what's going to make me look better?
Only if you're going to put them on your upper lip. Do not
Put it on my upper lip, my lower lip. I mean, hell, let's go.
No.
Let's go.
But I gotta say, I'm pretty damn. I'm pretty impressed. They're still hanging on.
I'm impressed.
I didn't expect that. High nonsense.
So you don't have to go. I can say this, ladies. You don't have to go to a Vietnamese lady, like a nail shop. Hi, you know. I
pick
give
color. You pick color.
you pick color. You know, I could say that because I'm Asian.
I'm gonna get shit for that.
I can
but
go there.
whatever.
You will. There'll be
go there,
I'm
lady.
just saying. Come on now. Let's get real. You get one foot in the door, and
Are they the greatest though? The Vietnamese
right.
ladies over there working
No,
the
I see
nails
they
and
go
shit.
backstage. I just heard you earlier, Miss Mo.
I mean, for ladies, I mean, are Vietnamese
Hi, Lisa.
like ladies
Hi.
great at nail salons? Like,
Yes.
are they the best?
Yes.
Well,
Oh my
they
god,
have
they have a
let's just
franchise.
say
It's like
they've cornered the
McDonald's or some
market.
shit.
Hi,
Hi,
Miss Mo.
Miss Mo.
Hi,
How are
Lisa.
you? Hi.
I'm
Hi.
okay.
Hi, Miss Mo.
Could be better. Hi.
I was actually listening to you before I came in here on Queen Bee.
Were you?
Yeah. You were
Lisa, I just
saying
wanted to
that
tell you.
you were going to miss
What, baby?
talking to Heels.
Absolutely. Absolutely. She was definitely one of the wisest women that I ever met. I appreciate her like nobody's business. The times I did talk to her, I appreciate her. I feel for her. Her mom, her daughter, her best friend. I feel for you. I feel for Queen. I feel for everybody because it just hurts. It hurts
Yeah,
bad.
it does.
I'm trying to shake it, but I can't because she made an impression
I
on
tell
me.
you, I thought about her mom. Honestly, you think about that. Can you imagine at 80 some odd years old outliving 3 of your children?
Yeah.
No, I can't. And
We
I
were
know
just talking about her
it has to
mom.
hurt. It has to hurt. But you know,
Oh,
sometimes it's not all life is all isn't always an intricate plan. You know your birth date, but you don't know your death date. It is what it is, you
And
know.
thank God we
And,
don't, and God doesn't tell us our death date, you know?
no, he doesn't. You know, the truth of the matter is, whatever your death date is, whether you fall or whatever happens, that's the date, and that's what's set in stone. But we just don't know it.
Yes, ma'am.
But she was amazing. Um, she made a remarkable impression on my life. I wouldn't trade that space and time for nothing because I learned a lot, and I love her, and I will miss her. You know, I didn't just talk to her on panels. I talked to her off of YouTube. I know sometimes she's probably like, this chick can go because I'm a motor mouth. I'll be the first one to admit it. But I'm so super thankful. I feel blessed. I feel honored to just have met her, man. Seriously. But Lisa, you're amazing. And I know for a fact that she loved you very, very much. Very much. And
God, thank
had mad respect for you. You know, I don't care what you thought in the beginning, but you came to some sort of resolution at at the end, you know, as well as, you know, I did. You know, I asked her a question about the situation, if she could do something different, and she told me she would. That was all I needed because I already loved her. I've been listening to her for years, and I will always remember her. You know, I respect the fact that she felt a way she felt, and nobody could make her feel any different. And it takes a
you are
lot to
right
be
about
strong
that.
enough
You are right
to
about
stand
that.
Oh, yeah.
up. Yep. And she stood up for what she felt.
Yeah.
You, a person may not have liked it, but I respect that big time. You know, and
Yes,
she
because it
touched
takes
my
a lot of
life, man.
courage to do that.
Yeah, it does. You know, and that's a real person. You know, a lot of people, especially on this platform, a lot of people, you know, they come here with morals and values. But the morals and values that they come here with, because they like a certain creator, they, you know, eliminate the morals and values. And it's one of the reasons why I don't read chats, because one minute you like somebody, next minute, well, I never liked him or her anyway. What?
Hmm.
Make up your own mind.
Yeah.
Decide who you love and like on your own. That's serious. If you're a person who allows everybody to sway your opinion just because of what they said or they're your favorite creator, it's something wrong. Be your own person. Never stop being who you are. And that's one thing Hills never did, was she never stopped being who she was. Even
Nope.
if it made, she wasn't trying to make you feel comfortable. She was her. And I love that about her.
That. Yeah, you are right about that.
You
I
know, I
remember.
love that about her. But Lisa, you are gorgeous, and trust me when I tell you that every thought, every feeling you had, Hills respected you for it. Because if she hadn't, you wouldn't have been best friends. Baby, keep being you. Be you because you're you, but be you in Hill spirit.
Yeah,
That's
I
amazing. If you That's your contribution to her. Be Lisa.
I can
Don't ever
say
change.
I absolutely no. I don't. We've all had loss in our life, and I can tell you, I don't ever think I
Yeah.
have lost someone and said that I absolutely know when I lay my head on the pillow at night. I know why. I know why she came into my life, and
Hmm.
I know why. And
And
what
people also have to
she gave me, and
remember as
the
well
gift that
that
she gave me.
some people will come into your life for a season. There are some people that come into your life to be a friend for a lifetime, which is the friend that you have left. They're there for
I
a
had one of
longer
those.
season. Yeah. But Hills came into your life for a short period of time, even
Mhm.
though today, even when she's resting, she's still your friend. You know, sometimes people come into your life for a season, they're just there to teach you something, or
She
for you to
definitely
teach them
taught me
something.
something. I know that.
She taught me a whole lot. I love that lady. Mad, people got mad at me for defending her. I don't care. How do you
I
defend hate
remember.
with hate? And she wasn't hateful. She just
No.
believed what she believed and she stood in it firmly. And I respect her for that.
She did. She did. And
She
when
answered.
we reconciled, I said to her, that night, she she brought up that night that she went live. And when I said to her, when she asked me if I would, you know, be with her, and I said, she recognized that it was a disaster. And I said, I knew it was gonna be because I knew that you were not gonna back down. And she said, hell no. So
And guess
yeah,
what? I respect her for not backing down. Those were her beliefs and those were her feelings. But when I asked her if you could do things differently, would you? She said yes. That was all I needed because I already loved her. Didn't matter.
I remember that
There are some
conversation
people,
you had with her.
there are some people that you can't, there are some people I would have said that to and it wouldn't have went the way it went. I had mad respect for her for being who she was, who she was
Yes.
in that moment, and she stood in her truth. She stood in what she believed.
Yep. And it
And
would have
that's
been much
fine.
easier for her to just bend to what people wanted to hear. And
No,
she wasn't.
she was the wrong woman for that crime. She was not doing that. That's not what she believed, and she was not going to do it. And it didn't matter who it was, you were not going to make her do something she didn't want to do. That was not Heels. But yet Heels had a forgiving spirit. He was
Oh,
so forgiving. She was
yes. I
so
tell you what,
amazing.
when she
Grace.
gave me that grace on the panel, when that was her chance, that was the perfect opportunity for her to give to me
Yes,
when
ma'am.
I give to her. And she didn't. And something as simple as a pair of glasses
My God.
made, like, I
If
don't know what it was,
anybody,
but that's what it was that just
oh,
touched me. And I was like,
Lisa, you know what you're not gonna do? You're not gonna make me cry. That's what you're not gonna do. You- we not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that because
trust me, I've
I've been
cried
talking to
in
my
the whole
brother
place.
and
I have
listening to
ugly cried,
you.
but at least my lashes have stayed on, which I'm really like,
I'm really impressed with that.
I
Well, I'm
am.
gonna
This is
need them to
actually
let you do a
surgical
commercial for that glue because you dropped dead gorgeous. I'm gonna
forever,
need them to let you do
You
that.
sure you didn't? You sure
forever.
you?
I'm your lady right here.
I
This
mean,
used to.
if anybody wants to honor Heels, honor her with grace.
Yes.
Yes,
Give people grace.
absolutely.
No
Yes.
matter how
Give
hard it
it.
is.
Give it.
That person, I call her that chick that did what she did. Ice her out. Ignore her because
Oh yeah.
she does
No, don't.
not
Do not
deserve
speak that
one
name.
bit of
You
attention.
know, we won't speak that name.
No,
Never.
I'm not speaking it. But ignore her because what you won't do is build your name off my baby's back.
Oh, yeah,
Off of
I've never.
all of our babies' back. We won't have that. So ignore her because she wants somebody to go back and forth with
Oh
her.
yeah, she
No,
wants the
ma'am.
attention.
I have
Yep, that's
never
exactly
fed
why
She
that.
she
wants
did
the
it.
I've
attention.
never fed that beast because that is nothing to me. Nothing.
Nor have
You
I.
Never
you
has been.
nicely
Never
be
will be.
I never want.
like I
Never
told
watched
Wispy.
her. So
Ugh. Like I told Wispy last night, I'm trying not to call her names, and I know God would not have me call her. There's a whole lot of stuff I want to say, but that's just disrespectful. You know, how dare you? When you lost your mom, this whole community gave you grace. I can remember all these
No, I
creators
said.
saying, we're
I
not going to
said in
say
my
anything
chat.
about her.
No. Yep.
Everybody
No.
gave her grace.
Yeah. And you know what? There's very few people that needed to be told that. It's
yeah,
only those that are, like I said,
Hmm.
vile.
we are not the same. I don't. Yeah.
Well,
We'll
actually,
never.
nobody in this community needed to be told. Everybody
No.
respected it.
Oh, exactly. So
I mean, I'm
I
proud of
don't
Queen
acknowledge
B
what I
because
don't understand.
I thought Queen B was gonna go slam off, and I was gonna call and be like, "Baby, don't do that." But Queen B was like, "Nope, I'm not giving her no play." I listened to
Mhm.
her earlier today. Queen B was
I
like,
never
"Nope,
listened.
I'm not giving her no play,"
I never listened.
and
I
I'm
don't
so
need.
proud of Queen for that,
Yeah.
and everybody else, because there's a whole lot of people I'm sure that wanted to do it too. You know, like Nonsense said what she had to say, and she was done.
Yes. Yep.
Last night, Whiskey
Got
said what
yesterday.
she had to
Only
say, and she was done.
she was all I heard nonsense. I didn't listen to anything else because I'm not a masochist. I don't need to. I felt bad enough. I didn't need anything to add to it. And like I said, that I pity that because that says a whole lot. You are
You are
vacant and
100%
void
right.
inside.
Yep,
I
that's
don't
exactly
relate to
right.
that. Yeah, I don't relate to that, and I pity that. So
Like
Sorry,
I
not
told
sorry. There's
Whiskey
a
last
special place
night,
in
that's about
HELL for
her.
her.
yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
you can't what that one needs. You can't lease it. You
Mm-mm.
can't buy it, and
No, but
you don't
that's
have it.
about
Sorry about
that's
you.
about her pockets. That's what that's about. Trying to get everything started
That's
again in the back and
very
forth,
sad.
so her pockets can get full again. But what I need you not to do, I'm gonna call you young lady very loosely. What I need you not to do is try to rebuild this doomed career off of Hill's back. I'm gonna need you not to do that.
Yeah.
And the only way that
Pay
anybody
no
can help
pay
control
no
that
mind.
is pay her no mind.
No, pay no
Pay her
mind.
no mind.
I won't. I never have. Why would I start now? I would not
You
ever
haven't. No, you
I
haven't.
never have because that's irrelevant to me. So I would, yeah. I'm not about to start now.
I
I
never
know
even
that's
My
right.
watched
whole
that
life
one.
about that.
Is
Well,
that crazy, nurse?
yes,
Yes, hello,
under
Miss
another
Mo.
name.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to neither one of you. I'm gonna miss you, her, and crazy nurse
Mm-hmm.
because you all. When I listen to all of them, I just stay in the bushes. But I giggled so hard off of y'all telling each other, "Shut up!" Look, I didn't hear it. What are you talking about? Be quiet.
You never
Is
knew
your
what the
is
hell
your
time it
Wi-Fi
was.
on? Are you listening to me? Did you eat that chocolate yet?
No, that last
I
one.
just would laugh
Then
so hard,
I
man.
was like, what? And she was like, who? And I said, what? What are you talking about?
Y'all had me rolling.
It was easy. Listen, it was easy like Sunday morning.
It sure was.
Yes, it was.
It was just off the cuff, literally.
But you all are gems. If it's possible, I know it might take a while. Still continue to do the show, for you all, and Heels of Honor. Still continue to do it because it's been nothing but a joy, And
Well,
I
thank
believe
you.
in
I
my
appreciate that.
heart,
That's the
Heels will
only
want
thing
you to
I
do
ever
that.
care about. If I can make anybody laugh in this fucking dumpster fire, that's a win for me.
Exactly.
Well, I don't know if either one of y'all know, but y'all are extremely funny.
Well,
You really are. I don't even think you try to be funny, but you are.
no,
And
It's
the
hard to
thing of
make
it
people
is
laugh in this
although
cancel
you were
culture, by the way. It's hard
It
to make
is.
people laugh
It
these
is.
days because
I
everybody's a
feel
little bit
like-
too sensitive. But
Yeah, but I feel like being
Heels was never there, though. She didn't care. That's
Uh-uh.
the great thing about her, and that's the inspiration you draw from it. Is who cares? Just be you.
Exactly.
Be funny.
exactly.
Be yourself, and that's
I
it.
know
You
when
move
to
forward.
I know when to hold back. Let's just say that.
I don't. Because clearly, I don't. I
I
have
know you
99.9% of
don't,
people that don't like me on this platform, right, Miss Mo? I wish I could get Miss Mo.
more of it. What you won't do. First of all, I never told you I didn't like you. I don't know you.
I'm sorry.
I was gonna
No,
say
I'm kidding.
you
I'm
guys
kidding.
are-
It was
oh,
a
Lord.
joke. It's a bad Tom Brady roast. Y'all see that Tom Brady roast, or y'all like that on
Oh,
Netflix? No.
I saw
Kim
I saw the
Kardashian,
thumbnail. I
nothing.
haven't watched it.
Kim Kardashian was
Oh,
on there trying to
God.
roast.
I
Yeah, she
still have
got
to finish
booed.
roasting
She
the
got booed.
damn Met Gala clothing.
Yeah, we were.
Oh,
doing
there
the
was
Met
this
Gala,
lady.
Yes.
This lady showed up in a dress, and it was like a wet T-shirt contest dress, I guess.
Almost half of them were straight up nude. I mean,
But they had
were
like water on
they were
her. And
wearing the
her
one.
nipples
the
were
last
showing.
girl-
and it was just,
I think the last girl.
Marvin, why do you know that?
I saw it. I don't know. It came across my Twitter feed. I'm innocent.
Okay, you know what? I'm about to get all of my fat girls
told
right up off
Jesus.
of here.
I
Ain't nobody
listen,
messing with you.
Morbid. Since I have you here, I would love if you would come co-pilot. We
Every
have
Friday.
just
Oh.
I just need one. We have 200 more images from the Met Gala. I have
Oh,
always
geez.
wanted a guy to do fashion police.
Do
with
an
me.
analysis. Yeah, commentary on it. Let's do it.
Yes, we're
I
just
like
gonna.
that. Let's do it.
Y'all
I'm in,
say-
I'm
Okay,
in for
well,
that.
everybody heard you, and now I will hound you until eternity.
I'm part of the whole stand-up comedy scene and world. That's one of my YouTube channels, my main ones. So I'm
Okay.
very locked into that. So this is something I would be so excited to do.
We're just gonna look at the
Absolutely.
picture. Like this is what we left off on. She looked like she was wearing the fucking netting off the wall from Long John Silver's with a few like crystals strategically placed.
You talking about the beekeeper?
Oh my god.
Oh my god!
Well, the chick that I saw today, she was an African American lady, and she wore, very beautiful, by the way. She wore like a curtain, like a see-through curtain, and then there was just
With a
drenched
tree?
with water.
With it, did she have a tree like embroidered across?
I mean, you want me to send you a picture? I mean, it's just
You can
like
put it
wow.
in the
And then
back chat.
you see the
It-
nipples and
Oh yes, half of them were like
Oh.
nude, and
Yeah.
With a tree, she looked like in the forest or something. It was
the theme
Yeah, I
was
remember
supposed
that.
to be the Garden of Time.
Yeah.
But I've always wanted.
my
a
mom
guy.
passed out watching that shit. No,
I don't ever
Hey,
watch
I'm
it
all for,
live.
I'm all for fashion, but they've gone way
Oh,
too
it's
far.
like-
Just go on
way
news.
too
Why
far,
even
huh,
have anything on?
It's absurd. And I love, like, I was more impressed with the guys
really?
than I was.
What were they
with
wearing? What do
women.
guys wear to a gala?
and there
a
were a
Met Gala?
couple of them I couldn't handle.
Don't worry, I got
I
200.
hope it's not
pictures.
revealing.
We had
Like,
we
is
got
it
52.
revealing?
No. Most of the guys weren't revealing, but it was like, I don't know. Some of it I didn't understand.
it was more palatable, you know.
like, what's up with what did I say about the pants? Two of the dudes were wearing tuxedo pants and
High
the
water.
length. They were I said, unless you're fucking blowing a tuba, leading a marching band down Fifth Avenue when you leave with the conductor wand in your little purse there. I don't understand what we have going on here.
Oh, did you see Kim Kardashian?
No, not
she
yet.
Could barely breathe.
Don't ruin it for me.
She could barely breathe.
She destroyed Marilyn Monroe's dress
Her
last year.
stomach was literally so tight. I don't know what that. She could barely walk up the steps of the gala. She could barely breathe. I don't know. I saw the pictures.
Okay,
crazy.
well, so is this you committing to doing Fashion Police
100%.
from the Met Gala? If we're going to
would
do
love
at
that.
least one episode.
Yeah,
we'll
let's do
pour
it.
one out for Heels.
Let's do it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's a great idea.
Might
Yeah,
as
it is.
well. I mean, I'm here.
How often have I said I
commentate.
need a guy? I need the man.
I'm barely a guy, but I'll be there.
Did you say you're? What did you say? You're barely.
I'm barely a man.
Oh, okay. Well,
No, that's
as long as
No, I think it's great. You two doing one male, one female. Oh, this will be fun.
I'll give you a guy's perspective.
Good times.
Yeah,
will
I
be
just
had
want it
by
to be
all.
funny. I just need somebody to like shoot the shit with that's remotely funny.
And I'll be so true. Remotely funny is really.
Oh yeah, I want you to be brutally honest.
All right, are you sure you want the brutal honesty? Because I get in trouble every time I'm
About
brutal.
the pictures, about the celebrities. We don't give a fuck about them. We're never going to meet them. We're going to roast them for filth. We're going to drag them up and down Krama Avenue.
Yeah, right. Bunch of freaks.
Tweezers and your knee pads.
Wow, I'm getting a look right now, and I see Jennifer Lopez.
Okay, she's best dressed. She looks
very good. I see
Stunning.
Bad Bunny. What
Stunning.
the fuck is he wearing?
No, look at Lil Nas. I'm sorry, Lil Nas. Look at Lil Nas. Lil Nas.
Can't go
there.
I don't understand him.
He don't understand him.
I didn't think Bad Bunny was bad. I didn't
Where
care.
the hell's the Met Gala? Is it in? So it's in New York.
It's at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. It's the first Monday in May every year, and it's $75,000 a ticket.
Yeah.
But it's invitation only. You can't just buy your way in. Anna Wintour, the editor
Private
of
club.
Vogue, has to bestow an invitation upon you. $75K a ticket, or if you want to save some money and get a table, which I'm assuming is 8, it was either 300,000 or 350,000.
So it's basically the Oscars or the Super Bowl of
It's the
fashion
Super Bowl
world.
of fashion, yes.
The
yes.
fashion world, Super Bowl or Oscars of fashion world.
Yes. It's where all the very rich
Insane.
tone deaf people come to
Uh-huh.
come to
Wow.
flex.
I'm looking at some. I'm looking.
And there's a lot of epic fails in the fashion.
Don't spoil it. Don't, because I like to do a cold reaction. So when I put it up, it'll be the first time I'm seeing it.
Wow.
Don't
I'm
get
looking at the average
don't get
ticket
any
of each
premature
outfit.
reactions. Okay.
You know the average ticket of each outfit?
The average
Wow.
what?
The average cost of each outfit.
Let me guess. Well, for them nothing.
200
gratis because the
Hundreds of
designer,
thousands, yeah.
the designer
2,
usually
3, 4, 500
as
thousand.
their date. But if you had to put a price tag on it, I would say
300,000.
a minimum per outfit. Well, $25K to start. But it's not costing them anything because
They make money off this
lot.
event, probably, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
But I think it would be fun. And listen, I don't know anybody else who does this. Like, do you know anything about fashion? Do you give a shit? Hopefully not. That's what I'm. Okay,
I could
good.
commentate on it for sure. You got Jennifer Lopez, Bad Bunny, Zendaya.
Find Cardi B with the
Chris Hemsworth.
Oh, so
The
hot.
hell is he doing
my
over there?
God.
Good.
Oh, who cares?
Thor.
So hot.
I wonder what he wore.
He looked fabulous. The girlfriend.
Kanye West.
I didn't see him.
Tom Brady.
Didn't see him.
We only got to number 52.
We only got to 52, and they were all like, most of them were eh.
Exactly.
We were looking at Vogue. Vogue.com, their gallery.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, this would be fun.
Okay, so you want to give me a date?
Whenever you want. Ariana Grande, Kendall Jenner.
Kendall Jenner. Okay, she looked stunning, but
her dress cost $11.6 million. Are you kidding me?
Yes.
Get out of here.
Kim Kardashian, $5.7 million. Kylie Jenner. All the Jenners are involved for some reason. Kardashian.
Of course. Kylie Jenner.
Yeah, you let me know. I'll be there.
I gave Kylie Jenner the award for congratulations. You are, I don't know how old she is. If she's 30, she's just 30. But she's had so much facial work that
Kylie Jenner?
Kylie.
Yeah.
The little one. She looks like she's a woman who's had too much work in her 40s.
Yep.
Kylie Jenner. I wonder how.
Yeah, it's kind of sad.
She is only
from head to
26
toe.
years
She's
of
had a
age.
lot of work.
How old is
26.
she? Okay, now you look at her and tell me how old you would think she
Well,
is.
It looks like she's got a lot of
40s with too
surgery
much
done.
work.
Nose job, lips.
Every
Cheeks
kind
done.
of everything.
Yeah, everything from head to toe she could have done, she's had done.
She was born in 1997.
Oh my God, I graduated high school in, oh shit, no, wait, when did I graduate? 88? 88, I graduated high school. Woo!
Then you got Nicki Minaj, Doja Cat,
Didn't see her.
Sarah Jessica Parker.
Loved. She's with Andy Cohen. Oh
Her
my God.
dress is $731,000.
Where are these numbers coming from?
I'm looking at it. Chris Hemsworth comes in at $1.7 million. Whatever the fuck he wore, I don't even know what he
Who
wore.
cares? It was lovely.
Um,
It was like an oatmeal colored suit with a white shirt underneath. And
then you
had
have
on-
Shakira at $2.3 million.
I don't understand where these numbers are coming from.
I'm just
because-
looking it up on.
Yeah, but none of them paid anything for those outfits.
Yeah, I mean, clearly.
And even if they did, I mean, if I walked into the store and said I want that,
You're not going to buy that.
it wouldn't be
You can buy a house and
$2 million.
a mansion. And good God. It's insane.
Lisa,
Okay, so- yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to tell you all good night, and I thank you for allowing me up on your panel. I appreciate
I'm
you.
so glad you came up. I don't get to see you very often, but when I do, I always enjoy you.
Yeah, I stay deep in the bushes, but my baby,
You're smarter.
I
You're
haven't
smarter
been right
than the
for
rest
the
of us.
last 2 days. I don't know about that, but I just appreciate you, and I appreciate you, Queen, Wispy, all of you all celebrating her and celebrating her life. It means the world to me. And you take care of yourself, please. All of you, all of
It
us.
was my honor to do this for her.
I know it was, Lisa. Don't cry, baby. Hills wouldn't want you to cry. She wouldn't want you to cry. She would want you to be happy. And I thank everybody in the chat that was supportive or whatever. And I'll say this to everybody: life is short, and and I want to thank Nonsense. I'm always there, but I never type in her chat.
You know
I
what?
think
I'm
she's
the same
remarkable.
I
think she's
agree. You know what?
remarkable.
I'm the same way. I hide in the bushes
Mhm.
there because people come for her, like the crazies, the top level crazies come for her. And
Well, they only come for her because she tells the
said,
truth.
fuck you. I know.
Mhm.
And I'm not that oh, thank you, traders.
And that's the one thing that they have in common. Her and Heels and Nonsense. Nonsense comes with receipts, just like Heels did. That's the one thing they have in common. The only reason why there's any opposition against Nonsense is because she tells the truth.
Exactly.
as well as
They're worried she's cutting into their
traders,
pocket. That's what it comes
as
down
well
to,
as
is money.
yeah.
People get fiercely, people don't want to give up shekels, and she's
Mm-mm.
cutting into their money. So
In the
uh,
beginning, traders was a bad baby,
Matthew,
but traders
I
whooping
put the link
people,
in the
calling
chat.
names. I'm so proud of her.
You
Yeah,
know
Traders
what?
was doing
Listen,
amazing. So proud of
I've
her.
always been a big fan of Traders. Always. A lot of times it was from the bushes. I remember her from
I have too.
before she I remember Traders from when she had a channel. She had never shown her face, and I remember a couple years ago she made these amazing videos that were almost like old school Tinker Toys or Erector sets, and
Hmm.
I remember telling someone, not somebody that is anybody we normally see, but I remember saying to her, "Oh my god, I don't know who that is. They're wicked smart, and those videos fucking scare the shit out of me. There was just something."
Traders has been hilarious from day one.
I love
I
smart
mean, she
more
just
than. Do you know Traders?
No.
You need to.
Traders? No,
You
I
need
don't.
to, because she's wicked smart, and you guys are kind of like kindred spirits, I would say. Eh,
Yeah, introduce
and
me.
she had a let's just say that she knows the she was also the beneficiary of Heels' very forgiving grace.
Traders.
yeah.
Is that the name, Traders?
Yeah, I
Yes,
was actually
she's
I
in the
actually wasn't in her chat, but I heard it. It- She spoke about how different situations happened with her,
chat.
a situation with her and Heels, and how Heels
Mhm.
was so forgiving, and she
Mhm.
honored that, and that's
Yeah,
why she went to bat
it was a
against
lot.
that
I mean,
monster
yeah, it was a
for
big
her.
out. That one was. I
Man,
put the link in
Traders
the chat
is
for anybody who
wow.
wants to come up.
Traders is very organic. Traders is a sweetheart, and so is
So
people want
smart.
to get
I'm a
mad
huge
at
fan of smart
people.
people. I just love smart
Yep,
people, and she's very smart.
traders nonsense. Um, Heels. They all have a lot in common where if you ever watch their videos, they come with receipts all the time. And that's why people
Okay,
don't like them or don't appreciate them. But I appreciate every bit of it. You know, Nonsense is a brilliant woman. She really is. Like I was listening to her today. Well, later
fearless,
while I was at work, I was listening to her. She
fearless.
don't care if you doing something stupid. She's going to tell you, just like Hills would.
Right.
Traders is very much the same way. They have a lot, as well as a lot of other creators. But I'm just talking about those three in particular because they remind me of my baby, and they stand on what they believe. You know, and you're not going to deter them from that if their facts
You know that
hold that.
saying, game recognizes game. That's all I'm gonna say.
That part. That part, but I love so many people here, but I stay in the background and I just had to kind of take a break because YouTube is woo, it's its own world, and sometimes we aren't prepared for it, but I appreciate every single one of you. I appreciate your love. I appreciate you sharing. I appreciate you loving. Hills wasn't only my baby, you know, and
That would
it
make her
hurts.
so happy.
I can't lie. Well, she knew it because I told her. And I talked on the phone with her. I told her she's my baby, and I will fight for her until my last breath. And that's what I meant. And I don't care what anybody thinks about it. A lot of times people look at civil matters and what we've gone through. Hey, everybody fought that fight. People, white, black, fought the same battle. If
if people would have helped each other, there wouldn't have been any escape. I respected Hills big time. I still do. I always will. You know, I respected what she told me. I respected what she said to me. And she will always be my baby. You know, a lot of people got mad at me for fighting for her, but I don't care what you think.
Yeah.
You know, I had to do what was in my heart. Sorry. If you don't respect
No, don't
what
be
I
sorry.
felt or what I felt for, I don't care.
Lisa.
I remember that her for the rest of my life. First time I spoke to her on the phone, it was like 5 hours, and then in between 1 to 2 hours, you know, we spoke to each other when we did. And I'm gonna miss that, man. I'm gonna miss being able to call her, you know. But I'm thankful for the time that I was allotted to have with her. I'm so thankful and I feel so blessed to have had that time because she was a beautiful, strong woman. And she had something that you have, Lisa, class. You can't buy that. You can't rent it. You know,
Um, I
her,
appreciate it so much,
Unitonica
and
I'm
I
real.
full of
I'm real.
class, full of class. And I'm thankful for it, you know. I'll never forget it. You know, there was some times where I wanted to
Jaja.
spaz out and go off on people and didn't because I remember Heels, I remember Unitonica. I was like, I'm not doing that.
I heard
I'm
her the
human.
other night.
Hmm.
I'm
Yeah, I
good.
just,
I'm good. I'm good. Well, let me
who is
say what I need
that?
to say, then I'll go. I'll go.
Whose voice is that?
By the way, I know this guy because he
It's
comes
Matthew.
from my
Yeah,
pretty
that's
Yeah,
why I
prime.
put the,
I'm
Yeah.
good.
why I
I'm
put
good.
the overlay up.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I've never
No,
done it
This
before.
guy's good,
I,
Okay.
Lisa.
Jaja. I
I
love your
hate
name.
him because he
Jaja.
has a better voice than I do.
All right, come on.
That's
We
Oh,
do
I
this
just
every
know
time.
I know I've seen
screw
him
him.
Oh,
around
I
here
know
and
who that
never.
is.
No.
But I know
Whoa.
who he is.
Wait. I just want to say this quick story. It was quite some time ago when I first met Heels. She was in quite a bit of
Take the
drama.
voice changer off.
Come on, stop it, dude.
Wait, I'm jealous of him. I don't care. I'm thinking about the gala, Met Gala.
Come on, this is about Heels right now. Come on. And she was in quite a bit of, you know, I'm not gonna say beefs, but in a lot of drama, this or that. And there was quite a few times to where she came into my lives and she was able to, you know, relax and not have to deal with any drama, you know. And there was quite a few times where I realized, like, oh wow, she's taking my lives for what they're supposed to be, just silly stuff, and not to be taken serious at all, and which she didn't, which was cool. So I didn't appreciate it at the time, but now I can look at it and say, I'm glad I did that for her.
Can you lower the bass on your microphone there, buddy?
Oh shit!
He outdoes me every single
Should I?
He does have a good voice, but is that not? It's not real.
No, that's my voice.
No, it's real. I know him.
It's my
I know
voice.
him from my crime critter farm.
Yes, that's
Oh,
my voice.
okay.
I'm really cool with
I've seen you a couple times come up on I think Queen Bee's panel.
What? No.
No?
Just once, maybe.
I was gonna. Well, no. I mean, I was gonna say it's only been once or
It wasn't.
twice.
It wasn't a
Hey,
good
Lisa,
experience.
hire him
so
for
I'm
your
sorry.
gala, your Met Gala. No, I'm kidding.
But no, I just.
Sorry, you
I just-
roped in.
I just
You're
wanted to
kidding.
share that about Heels. So it's
Oh.
it's
Nice.
really cool that you guys are doing this for. So I appreciate it. But let me go before Morbid loses his job.
No, I ain't gonna. No, I love you, man. You're a good guy.
You guys take it easy.
Thank you.
No problem.
Have a good night.
His voice is fake.
Bye.
It's yeah.
Lisa, good night, you beautiful woman, because it seems like you're about to have
Good
a
night,
run for
Miss
your money.
Mo.
Woo,
Thank
I'm
you
gonna
so
let
much
that
for
go.
coming up. I appreciate it.
And thank you
Bye, Miss
for
Mo.
allowing me up. You take good night, Morbid, but good
My
night,
pleasure.
beautiful
Good
Lisa.
night.
Good night, Miss
You are
Mom.
definitely good night, crazy nurse, but you're definitely a Barbie doll in your own right, baby.
I'm a geriatric Barbie doll.
That's all right. Barbie
I
gotta
was
get
thinking
old
on the way
too.
home.
Call it
I'm
what
like,
it is.
God Almighty. I'm just my timing always sucks. I was never mind.
Just know you'll always be
Hey, Lisa,
our
did you
Barbie
get rid of
doll.
that guy with the low registered voice?
Morbid. Morbid, stop it. Stop it.
Hey, I
Stop
have
it, Morbid.
insecurity. I'm kidding.
Stop it, Morbid. Lisa, just know you'll always be our Barbie doll. And thank you for honoring the woman that we all love.
You're the
And
greatest.
y'all have a good
I'm
night.
so glad you came up. Have a good night.
Thank you,
Have a great
baby.
week.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Happy Mother's Day.
I love Miss Mo. We don't see her that often, but when we do,
I do too. She's
always-
awesome.
She is. You know what? She's always got a kind word, a kind thought. She's always positive. I love, much like everyone else here in the community.
What's her positive? What?
Yes.
You know, tomorrow everything's going to turn to shit, right? No, I'm kidding.
Yes. No, you're
How long is that gonna
sadly, I'm sure you're right, but
It
you know
is.
what?
Human nature, right? Human nature takes over, and then, you know.
And in
see
this
what happens.
place, the most base of human nature takes over.
Lisa, I think we should probably do a duo podcast or what,
I know
because
you like my setup in my
we
office.
can entertain. We can entertain, baby.
Yes, I know. I've been telling you this for a long time. I can't believe it took this event to make you see the light.
I don't know if you told me for a long time because we
I have.
haven't been able to connect.
Nobody watches me. That's all. You just didn't get the message.
I only connected with Heels, but I knew you, of course, clearly through her, and then through our chat and stuff, and I recognize because I don't have a lot of people that support me anyhow. But
well, I mean, you're nationwide. How do I get
There we
rid of
go.
the overlay? Oh, there we go.
There
Is
you
it Morbid's voice?
Yes. There. Yes.
Yeah, it's
I
no
found
better.
fans of Morbid on
KCG.
Quora today.
What was that, KCG?
Yes.
Don't worry about it.
So I sent you a link of the top, I guess, 100 people that dressed up at the Met Gala 2024.
Yep.
The back chat. I mean, we could go over that on another live stream, but just prepare because I'm already scrolling through it, and I got a lot to say. But
well, that's good. I'm going to give my spontaneous reaction, and I always have a lot to say. So, you know what?
I'm going to have to look through this.
The last live, Heels, we had a joke. What we were going to go over, she thought I was going to be rather boisterous. So she said, Lisa is going to have to use a speaking stick.
Oh, like holding the conch?
Okay.
What?
Now, Heels, that's the second time you done froze me on panel. Because, that was the issue we were having Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And all last week, we were having an issue with her freezing, her screen freezing, and she was mad. She keeps freezing my screen.
And that happened. Who else did it happen to? It was on Queen Bee's panel. Who was it? And B. Tim said, "That's Heels." Well, it was me in the car because I never go on StreamYard on my phone. And I was trying to, it was a whole thing. But,
how long have you been married, Lisa?
Almost 13 years.
13 years. Were you married prior to that? This is your second or third marriage?
I like to say it's more than one, less than 8.
13 years. That's quite a
I
bit,
love
though.
it.
Y'all have
Good
children together,
answer.
or it was just more of like, hey, you enjoyed these 13 years. You know what I'm saying? And y'all went, traveled the world, whatever.
I did
what do
that
you
when
think?
I was a kid.
So no kids together, children together.
We're veering off the garden path here.
I don't even know what that is. What does that mean? Well,
No,
co-host can't ask the host.
I'm having
the question.
deja vu from like a week ago.
Yeah, right.
All right. That's a lot. That's a long time. Congratulations. 13 years, man. 13 years. That says a lot, It's rare in today's society for people to be together that long, you know. And
Yes.
so it's an accomplishment, to be honest with you.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Well, I was noticing in the comments that Nonsense brought up an idea for a live stream. That would be
Oh,
lots
I
of
see.
fun.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm going to highlight this. I see it says, because I've been texting her at least a couple times a week saying,
I have a request though for the two of you.
okay.
I would like you to do dramatic readings of court cases.
Oh, I love that. I'm so good at
The
those.
two of you with your je ne sais quoi. I know what I'm talking about there. I
I
can
love
imagine.
dramatic readings. Hi, Indy.
I imagine
Dramatic
that would be quite
readings of
lovely.
court cases.
Yes.
I've been
Like
those two
Bullhorn Betty versus Queen Bee.
I've already done that.
Joke,
several
Queen Bee.
times.
That was a joke.
That seems to get a little more interesting.
Don't fall out of my good graces, Morbid. We're gonna have to like find a place of Switzerland where this is
Yeah,
concerned.
how do we do that?
Yeah, right.
That's interesting.
Well,
it's interesting.
Perhaps also invite Revival in to do some of her own poetry. It'd be quite adventurous, sort of like a coffee clutch on YouTube.
yes. I love some coffee now.
My question is, do you think that there is a need to do something more tangential for heels, like
Consensual?
and something more that we tactile that people can interact with? Like, do they have you know what I'm saying?
Say that again, sweetie.
I don't know
They
how
have-
I don't know how we would do it.
Well, there's a lot of different like organizations that have sort of online memorial or tribute places. I'm
Oh,
wondering
okay. I get it.
I'm wondering if you feel that might be something that would be worthwhile.
I think that would be amazing. What I think would be, I thought I heard that Gray Hughes was going to, I believe he sponsors scholarships, and he said that he was going to, he already has a scholarship. I believe he calls it Freaks.
Hey, Lisa, do you know Gray Hughes?
You know what? I've
Because he
listened
hates
to
me
him.
for some reason. I mean,
I've listened to him here and
He
there.
doesn't suffer for.
he was talking trash about me even in Queen Bee's live the other night when they were covering Heels in the Air. He hates me.
Gray's not here to worry about anybody's feelings. He's here to. He's kind of like the mail nonsense. He's here for business, and that's it.
I have the beauty of not knowing anybody's history with anybody else, and in the spirit of Heels in the Air, I'm going to try and stand in that. I've said many
I'd like
times,
to extend an olive branch to Gray
I don't want to
Hughes.
take on other people's problems.
I don't know why he hates me, but I would love to get along with him. I
believe the charm of Gray is that he's grumpy, hates everyone, or like Eeyore, and you just leave him be, and he does a good job.
What does he do?
Gray is more like Eeyore. You just leave him be, and he does his job. He's not interested in like feelings and things.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah,
and that's what makes him so perfect.
I gotcha.
Oh, so Gray Hughes is perfect in his own mind.
It makes him a good commentator on factual information because he doesn't get swayed by any emotional appeals.
Okay.
So back to the idea, if Gray is going to put together or has a scholarship sort of in motion.
I thought that's what I heard him say the other day, that he would. I think he has something that's already ongoing that people donate to on the regular basis in memory of people who, YouTube creators who've passed away, and that he would gladly put Heels in that.
I think he dedicated thousands of dollars to Heels already. From what I'm understanding, I don't know.
His work.
I don't know if that's true or not. So I don't know.
I mean, that was my understanding, is that he had this scholarship in memory of fellow YouTubers who kind of like you do in your intro.
But I'm not going to keep him accountable for that. I mean, I'm just saying that's what I heard. So I'm not
Yes.
sure that came from him or whatnot. If how
No,
realistic
I
that
heard him say that he,
Okay,
he
so you
already
Oh,
believe
had,
that.
I absolutely believe that.
yeah,
I have,
that
I
he
have,
had
Which is
scholarships.
awesome. I mean, I applaud him. I mean,
that was the first thing that came to mind for me. Also, was her was to do some sort of legacy scholarship. I have done them sort of as freelance projects before, but if Gray's already has a system, that would be fantastic. It would be, to me though, if we could put that money towards something that like Heels really stood for, I think that would be really special.
I do too.
So standing in shit and still being the prettiest flower in the entire garden. You know?
I think that would be very nice. And, you know, she was very cerebral and analytical. So I think that would be great.
And I think this should be a more celebration of life for Heels in the Ear because, like, you know, it's tragic, you know, to hear the story. That it really it was shocking to say the least to hear the news of her passing. Because I had no idea, but you know, to celebrate her life though, really on YouTube in these streets, she put a mark on these streets, and people have recognized.
Absolutely. And that is no small feat.
There's no doubt.
God.
Nobody could.
Yeah, that's why that would be sort of where my head was thinking if there was, or if we would invest into getting a memorial place so that we could put the very best of her there online as she would have it, but also, you know, so people can go and everybody can sort of interact and leave their own piece. For me, I've had a hard time connecting and being able to talk to folks because the typing is not, because of the way my vision is and because of the growth of some of the channels, there's no way to really sort of have that smaller connection with folks. And I can you guys.
And I'm going to still stay subscribed here. Do y'all feel like one day I'm just going to be subscribed because we're still subscribed and
you know what?
be a video out by Heels in the Air? It's just like, wow.
That my best friend that I lost, it's been 3 years in January, and I have never taken her name out of my phone.
Isn't that amazing though?
I'll never take Heels' name out of my phone.
I would never unsubscribe to her.
Yeah. No,
I'll look forward to a new video, to be honest with you.
If that comes, you make sure you hit me up immediately because
Yeah, me too.
God, I mean, if her daughter took over and put videos, I mean,
I don't see that happening, but
that would be mind blowing.
I'm going to ask you to kick me off here, Lisa, in a second. I just wanted to put one thing out there. I have I'm working with some people to build up my own little space, but it's really important if you are struggling to the point where it's maybe affecting you in your days, in your everyday like living and working. People react to this very differently, and I want people to be very clear that there are places you can talk to, people who are okay with that, and to never be ashamed or embarrassed for having fears or thoughts. Okay.
Listen, that to me, the one thing, and I very much can see where Heels, she never told me as much, but I feel like because she was limited in you know, where she could go because she was on oxygen, this community meant so very much to her. It really was a you know, her daughter was fairly close physically to where she was, but this, just because we don't all know each other in real life and we don't live next door to each other, and that does not diminish how important we all become to one another. And
yeah, these ties are like I met Heels, or I started watching her when I was recovering from a kidney transplant, and I was in bed for quite a while, and the people on the computer became my people.
Yeah.
And unfortunately,
the community was to her.
And unfortunately, the community I was part of mostly wasn't part of me. And it's just, we've had a separation. But Heels and Kathy and some of these folks, they have been so gracious. And sometimes we forget to say nice things about other people.
Yes.
When they're still around, you know, let's not be afraid to bring out the best and make sure that we're noticing the things that are just good for no reason. And my last thing before I ask you to kick me off, imagine anything that Heels would rather have been doing right before she did pass. On there doing a live talking about Karen Reed. She didn't know it was going to happen like that exactly, and it's to me it's not such a bad thing. I'm sorry she's gone, but I think that might have been one of the easier ways for her. Does it make sense?
It does. I've unfortunately I've been up close and personal with extreme suffering, and I've found myself saying, please just make it quick. And I don't want to linger.
And remember that suffering. That suffering is an example of a love and the feeling that you had. Don't ever be afraid to be okay with it. It hurts. Sometimes life sucks. But I would really love it if you could kick me off. Now that I know my computer's working, I appreciate you bringing me up, and I won't be so.
All right, I'll take you down right now, and I think I'm gonna follow suit.
Yeah.
So thank you for coming
I
out.
think so too, Lisa.
Thank you for having me up, Lisa. I really
Oh,
appreciate it.
she loved
Thank
you,
you, Lisa.
Kathy. And I knew she
I love
did.
her.
And Morbid, she loved you too. And I don't know why you have I don't know. You seem to have
Email me.
You seem to have
Morbid.
a hard time accepting that people.
Oh, come on.
I know I've heard the things, but I don't care. I don't know you at all, but I don't have those
We're gonna get to know each other, and we're gonna do that live stream together that we are gonna do.
And trust me, if you do
And
not
it will turn
believe
into
that I will
something.
hound you, ask
Yeah,
Willow.
Willow ain't doing shit. Fuck Willow.
I hound him all the time.
Yeah, Willow, what are you doing? I'll do it. Shit, man. I'll even serenade.
It's just going to be a race to who's going to say, "Oh my god, I can't fucking
I'll do
take
karaoke
it. I
night.
can't take that bitch in my inbox anymore. I'm going to just do it."
Well, I'll get in touch with you though, because I have your information. I put my email in your chat, but I'll email you first.
Your friend knows how to get in touch with me.
But I love you, and Lisa, I just want to say I know it's been sadness, because it is sad. We lost our dear friend, and I know you're crying and all this stuff, but I know up in heaven she's looking down and she's like, I want these. Make me proud.
You know what
she's been witty.
Like, well, look, bitch, you finally got him on your panel.
Oh, there you go, and do something about it, because really she just wants the best for us, and we got to prove her right and do her right.
And look, it's 222 in the chat, and I think that's a perfect. I think that's a perfect exit for all of us. So
I love
thank you all so much.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Night, crazy nerd.
I appreciate everyone for giving me the ability to ugly cry. I appreciate it.
I love you, Lisa. You can ugly cry to me any day.
Sure, I will.
Girl, you're
Of
beautiful
course.
when you're crying.
All right.
Absolutely. Good night, everyone.
Good night,
Good night.
everybody.
Rest in peace, Hills.
Yes. Fly high.
Fly high. Good night.